Chapter 543. Since Lady Morong was here, Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao naturally could not stay any longer. However, the two of them did not leave. Mo Xiaoyao casually picked up the teacups that the two of them had just drunk from and pulled Yi Li through a secret door. Su Qingchun naturally had his reasons for choosing this in a stay-in. This was originally the Prince Ding Mansion's secret base in a city. As the fourth largest city in the Western Tomb, the Prince Ding Mansion naturally would not ignore this. Behind the secret door was a small secret room. The inside was not as well furnished as the outside. There was only a table, a few stools, and a bamboo couch. The two of them had just sat down when Lady Morong's voice and Su Qingchun's voice came from outside the door. Su Qingchun lowered his head to look at the finely dressed woman standing in front of him. He smiled faintly and said, "Lady Morong, how may I help you?" Lady Morong's beautiful eyes, which were exposed outside the veil, stared blankly at Su Qingchun. However, she saw that the man standing at the door with an elegant and refined smile had no intention of inviting her in. She could not help but bite the corner of her lips and asked, "Sir Qingchun, are you not going to invite me in?" Su Qingchun smiled faintly and said, "It's getting late. Lady Morong, for you to come here at this time, I'm afraid that it will damage your reputation. Lady, please go back." After saying this, Su Qingchun took a step back. It was obvious that he intended to close the door again. Lady Morong panicked and reached out to pull on Su Qingchun's sleeve. "Sir Qingchun." Su Qingchun looked at her in surprise. He did not think that Lady Morong was also a martial artist. Although Su Qingchun himself did not know martial arts, there was no lack of experts among the people he knew. Therefore, with Su Qingchun's insight, he could naturally judge that Lady Morong's strength was above average. Among women, she was not bad. "Lady Morong, why are you doing this?" Su Qingchun pulled back his sleeve and asked calmly with lowered eyes. "Sir Qingchun, Ming Yin has something to discuss with you alone. Please forgive me." Lady Morong looked up at Su Qingchun and said earnestly. Su Qingchun muttered to himself for a moment. In the end, he took a step back and let her in. The Morong clan lady heaved a sigh of relief at Su Qingchun's compromise. She stepped into Su Qingchun's room. Su Qingchun's room was very quiet and elegant. It was very different from the elegant and luxurious Morong family. Lady Morong turned around to look at Su Qingchun, who was dressed in white and elegant. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She was originally very confident in herself. She was the most beautiful girl in the city and the only successor of the Morong family. Therefore, she could use the most beautiful jewelry, the most luxurious clothes, and the most exquisite and delicious food. But when she saw the man in front of her, she suddenly felt ashamed of her gorgeous clothes. It was as if the jewelry and brocade clothes that people envied had become vulgar in an instant. She even began to regret listening to the maid's idea of dressing up so grandly to meet young Master Qingchun. Would he despise her for being vulgar? Yes, the Su family had been a scholarly family for generations. Naturally, they liked elegant and quiet things. Thinking of this, Miss Morong wished she could immediately go back and teach the girl who gave her the idea a lesson. "Miss Morong, please have a seat. Please have some tea." Su Qingchun sat down and poured a cup of tea for her. Miss Morong thanked him and took a sip of the tea. But she couldn't help but frown. Ever since she was young, she had always used the best and the most exquisite things. Even the princess of the imperial family might not be as precious as her. The tea that Su Qingchun poured for her wasn't of the best quality. Even the tea wasn't freshly brewed. If someone else had given her such tea, she definitely wouldn't drink it. However, when she saw Su Qingchun sipping her tea without any change in her expression, it was obvious that she didn't feel anything wrong at all. She could only silently endure it. Seeing the woman's frown and forbearance, Su Qingchun's eyes flashed with a cold smile. Of course, he knew what she was enduring and why she was enduring it. Tasting tea was naturally a matter of elegance, and the Su family had always been better at it than any other family. Naturally, Su Qingchun knew that the tea in this inn wasn't of the best quality. But even though Su Qingshun was a romantic and elegant scholar, he couldn't do anything about it. When he was extremely busy with work, it was already good enough to have a sip of tea. Who would pay attention to the quality of the tea leaves, the quality of the water used to brew the tea, and whether the temperature was just right? Miss Morong, what do you have to say? Su Qingshun asked bluntly. Miss Morong had clearly never met a man who was so rude to her. It wasn't that Su Qingshun was rude to her. In fact, Su Qingshun was more humble and polite than most men she had met. But his every word and action made it clear that he didn't care about her. Miss Morong bit her lip, feeling wronged. She raised her hand and removed the veil that had been covering her face, revealing a beautiful face. However, this time, Miss Morong was disappointed. Su Qingshun's eyes didn't waver at all when he looked at her. It was as if it had nothing to do with him, whether the woman in front of him had a veil over her face or whether she was beautiful and beautiful. Miss Morong stared at Su Qingshun for a long time. When she was finally sure that he didn't care about her appearance, she lowered her eyes to hide her vexation and frustration. My name is Murong Mingyan. Greetings, Sir Qingshun. The room was silent, but Murong Mingyan was secretly gloomy. She had only noticed Sir Qingshun's gentle and refined appearance, but had forgotten that he had dared to slap her granduncle and the Murong family in the face. How could he be an easy person to talk to? After waiting for a long time for Su Qingshun to speak, Murong Mingyan stared at the cold-hearted man in front of her with grief. She gritted her teeth and said, Sir Qingshun, are you willing to marry into the Murong family? When these words came out, not to mention the shadow guard who was secretly protecting Su Qingshun, even Mo Xiaoyao and Yili, who were in the secret room, couldn't help but change their expressions. Yili's charming face sank and said coldly, This Murong Mingyan has guts. Mo Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. Indeed, she has guts. The Murong family dared to steal his woman. Did they not want to live anymore? Su Qingshun, who was outside, was as calm as ever. He said indifferently, Miss Morong, what do you mean? A bitter smile appeared on Murong Mingyan's beautiful face. She stared blankly at Su Qingshun and said, Sir Qingshun, you must have heard my grandfather's words. They will choose one of the top 10 experts to be my son-in-law. Su Qingshun lowered his eyes and said, I don't know martial arts. Not to mention the top 10 experts. I can't even defeat a third-rate expert. I'm afraid Miss Morong has found the wrong person. Murong Mingyan shook her head and said, No, Sir Qingshun is different. Sir Qingshun is famous throughout the world and has outstanding wisdom. If Sir Qingshun is willing to marry into the Murong family, even if my grandfather is the world's #1 expert, he will give him up. Looking at Su Qingshun's indifferent expression, Murong Mingyan said hesitantly, Sir, you're not willing? I'm not worthy of Miss Morong. Su Qingshun said modestly. In reality, he was rejecting Murong Mingyan's suggestion. Murong Mingyan's expression changed slightly. Why? As long as you marry me, the entire Murong family will be yours. Isn't having the entire Murong family 1,000 times better than Sir Qingshun working for Prince Ding in Glass City? Or am I not beautiful enough and not worthy of Sir Qingshun? Chapter 544. Su Qingshun shook his head and looked at Murong Mingyan with a smile. Miss Morong, marriage is all about fate. Miss Morong and I are not fated to be together. Please don't force it. With Miss Morong's talent and the Murong family's wealth, there are many talented young men in this world who would be willing to marry Miss Morong. A teenage girl who came to ask a man if he was willing to marry her received such a result. Murong Mingyan's eyes flashed with sparkling tears. She looked at Su Qingshun unwillingly and said, Does young Master Qingshun already have a sweetheart? No. Mingyan has never heard of young Master Qingshun being close to any girl. Even Nanzhao's Princess Anxi is already married. I don't believe that there's a girl more worthy of young Master Qingshun than Mingyan. Young Master Qingshun leisurely drank the cool tea and looked at the tear-stained girl in front of him. He said calmly, Sometimes marriage is not related to being worthy or not. Maybe one day I will meet a suitable girl. She may not be talented or beautiful, She may also come from a mediocre family. Miss Morong, it is meaningless to judge whether you are worthy or not. I believe Miss Morong has nothing else to say. Please leave. Being rejected by Su Qingchen so mercilessly, Murong Mingyin's bright face was full of embarrassment. She stared at Su Qingchen with a trace of resentment in her beautiful eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, "It's not like no one saw me when I came in. If I say that there is something between us, do you think the world will believe you or me more?" Su Qingchen looked at Murong Mingyin helplessly and shook his head. "Miss Murong, if you were a girl from an ordinary family, the world would believe you more. But I am afraid that the entire city will believe me more." In the eyes of the world, Murong Mingyin could do anything she wanted. Who would believe that someone who had a mountain of gold would push it away? Not to mention that there was nothing going on between him and Murong Mingyin. Even if there was something going on between them, many people would be willing to believe that they were innocent. Compared to the entire Murong family, one woman was simply too insignificant. Murong Mingyin was stunned, but she quickly understood Su Qingchen's meaning. Since her threat failed, Murong Mingyin's pretty face blushed. She bit the corner of her lips and said bitterly, "I must make you marry me." Su Qingchen smiled, but didn't say anything. His calm eyes said very clearly, "I will never marry you." In the end, Murong Mingyin left with tears in her eyes. Su Qingchen smiled faintly. She closed the door and sat down again to pour herself a cup of tea. "Big brother, what does that Murong Mingyin mean?" Yili pushed open the door and walked over to Su Qingchen's side. Mo Xiaoyao followed behind her and said teasingly, "Do you even need to ask?" Naturally, it was young Master Qingchen's extraordinary handsomeness that attracted Miss Murong's heart, other than Genom of Gojoseon and Ling Taihan. In that Renqining, there was no one else in the top 10 experts. Genom of Gojoseon isn't young and has lost a fortune. Ling Taihan is the head of the Jianghu's assassins. Renqining isn't very famous. When Miss Morong really admires young Master AI, she naturally wants to choose a husband that she likes. Yili frowned and snorted. She wants Big Brother to marry into the family just because she likes him? Who does she think she is? If Big Brother really took things too hard and agreed, wouldn't his legs be broken by grandfather and uncle? It was one thing for the dignified eldest son of the Su family to marry into the Shang family, but he even chose such a self-righteous woman. Su Qingchen smiled and took a teacup from the side. He poured her a cup of herbal tea and said with a smile, "Lyra, Big Brother doesn't plan to marry right now. Moreover, this is just Murong Mingyin's own fantasy. How could Murong Xiong and Murong family head agree? Between us, Pavilion Master Ling is more likely. Murong family definitely wouldn't let their daughter marry into the family of the Emperor of Xiling, so their choices were extremely limited. If they wanted to fight against Genom of Gojoseon, Miss Murong could only marry Mo Jingqi, Ling Taihan, and Mo Xiaoyao. Unfortunately, Mo Xiaoyao didn't appear at all, so the final choice would only be between Mo Jingqi and Ling Taihan. Su Qingchen thought that Ling Taihan had a higher chance. After all, the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce was also within Xiling, and the marriage alliance with the Murong family could be said to be a strong cooperation. Moreover, Ling Taihan and Genom of Gojoseon had a grudge, but the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce and Ling Taihan had existed steadily for so many years. This also showed that Genom of Gojoseon was afraid of Ling Taihan. Mo Xiaoyao frowned and thought, not necessarily. If young Master Qingchen is really willing to marry into the Murong family, Murong Xiong might give up on Ling Taihan. The marriage alliance between the Murong family and the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce was good, but in the end, the family head would no longer be a member of the Murong family. However, if the wise young Master Qingchen married into the family, it would be completely different. He could rely on the relationship between the Su family and the Prince Ding Mansion to contain the Emperor of Xiling's family. He also had young Master Qingchen's peerless strategy and Murong Xiong's peerless martial arts. Genom of Gojoseon would have to think twice if he wanted to make a move on the Murong family. So, Brother Qingchen, this time you really have to be careful, Mo Xiaoyao earnestly warned. If he wasn't careful and lost a smart person to share the burden of government affairs, it would really cause him a lot of trouble. Su Qing-chan thought about the possibility of what Mo Xiaoyao said. After a moment, he nodded and said with a smile, "Many thanks to Prince for the reminder." Since he said this, he naturally had a plan to deal with it. Mo Xiaoyao didn't say anything more. He held Yi Li's hand and stood up, saying, "Big brother can use whoever you need. Li, and I will also stay in the city. Be careful." Su Qing-chan nodded indifferently and watched them leave. After sending off Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li, Su Qing-chan frowned and thought about what might happen tomorrow. Under the candlelight, his handsome lips curved into a faint smile. There were many things that he didn't want to take too far if he could make concessions, but he hoped that the Murong family would be as tactful tomorrow. Young Master Qing-chan. A shadow guard stood at the door and reported. Su Qing-chan sat up straight and asked, "What's the matter?" The shadow guard walked in and presented a letter with both hands, saying, "The White Tiger just sent news." Su Qing-chan took the letter and the shadow guard respectfully retreated. Su Qing-chan opened the sealed envelope and saw a White Tiger logo on it. Su Qing-chan picked at the handsome letter. This Ren Qining. He didn't seem to reveal his talent, but he was actually quite interesting. He could only blame himself for thinking that he was smart and testing Mo Xiaoyao and Li Er. He sealed the letter again and called for a shadow guard to deliver it to Prince Ding and Princess Consort. Su Qing-chan shook his head and returned to his room to rest. Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao returned to the inn and was still smiling angrily. Mo Xiaoyao looked at her sullen expression and couldn't help but laugh. "Yi Li, how could your brother like that kind of woman? If you're this angry, your husband will be jealous." Yi Li rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Mo Xiaoyao smiled and pulled her into his arms, saying, "Isn't that right? It's Brother Su's own marriage. Yi Li, if you're this worried about your husband, won't you be jealous?" Yi Li leaned into Mo Xiaoyao's arms and asked with some worry and hesitation, "Am I really meddling too much?" Actually, Miss Morone wasn't as bad as she thought. It was just that when it came to her brother, she always hoped for a more perfect woman. But just as her brother had said, whether or not one was compatible wasn't just based on external conditions. Seeing that Yi Li was so worried that she couldn't make up her mind, Mo Xiaoyao couldn't help but kiss her face a few times before saying with a muffled laugh, "Ali, you're worried too much. That's why you're so worried. What kind of person is Brother Su? If he really likes her, even if you don't like her, how can you stop him? Since he says this, then he naturally doesn't like Murong Mingyan. Yi Li's eyes aren't wrong. This Murong Mingyan isn't worthy of Brother Su." At this time, Mo Xiaoyao didn't care how many good things he said about Su Qing-chan. Yi Li's heart finally calmed down. She reminded herself to not express her opinions on who her brother was going to marry in the future. It was easy for people to be self-centered and think that this was good and that wasn't. As long as her brother thought that marriage was good, then other people didn't have to say anything. "Greetings, Your Highness, Your Highness." A black shadow silently appeared outside the room and respectfully stood with his hands clasped. Mo Xiaoyao frowned in displeasure. "What is it?" "Master Qing-chan ordered this subordinate to deliver a letter." "Bring it in." Mo Xiaoyao leaned against the bamboo couch and lazily said. The person outside hesitated but still walked in. The window in the inner room was half open. On the bamboo couch by the window, Prince was lazily leaning against Wang Fei's body, unwilling to get up. Just as he was thinking, a cold light shone on him. He couldn't help but tremble. He hurriedly presented the letter and cleanly said, "This subordinate will leave." Seeing that he was tactful, Mo Xiaoyao gave a non-committal snort. The person sending them off immediately rushed out like a gust of wind. Mo Xiaoyao was half lying on the bamboo couch, his head resting on Yi Li's lap. He unhurriedly opened the letter, and after a while, he laughed in a low voice. Yi Li didn't understand. "What's wrong?" Mo Xiaoyao handed the letter to her. I said with a smile. "I said that Murong family put on such a big show to attract a few powerful people. This year's martial arts convention was too dull. It seems that there will be a good show to watch tomorrow." Yili looked at the letter doubtfully. Her eyebrows gradually wrinkled. Even our people couldn't find Ren Qining's identity. This kind of person, Mo Xiaoyao, made an excuse. This kind of person, either he has never appeared in Jianghu before, or he is a mysterious power that has been hidden for a long time. It's a bit interesting. Ren Qining came out of nowhere this time. It can't be just for the title of one of the top 10 experts, right? It seems that your brother's plan to unite with others to deal with Murong Xiong won't work. What do you think? What do I think? Isn't this matter in your brother's hands? Wife, we are just two insignificant passers-by. Don't worry. Chapter 545. Murong family residence. The magnificent villa was not the least bit inferior to the imperial family residence. Perhaps it was because the owner's family was few in number, but the entire villa faintly revealed a gloomy and decadent atmosphere. The extravagance that was piled up with countless priceless treasures gave people a heavy feeling that made it hard for them to breathe. Murong Mingyan stepped through the door, and there were already groups of servants waiting for her. When they saw her return, they hurriedly welcomed her with joy. "Eldest miss, you're finally back." Master was worried to death. Murong Mingyan frowned in disgust. She raised her head and looked at the group of servants with flattering faces in front of her. She also looked at the magnificent and majestic carved eaves and beams. She couldn't help but think of the elegant and otherworldly white-clothed man who looked like an immortal. Murong Mingyan bit the corner of her lips, and her eyes flashed with a determined light. Grandfather, great-granduncle. Before she could return to her room, Murong Mingyan was called to the study by Master Murong. Master Murong wasn't the only one in the study. Her great-granduncle Murong Xiong, who she had been afraid of since she was young, was also there. Master Murong coldly snorted and said, "You still know to come back. You are Murong family's eldest miss, who allowed you to run out." Murong Mingyan lowered her head and helplessly twirled the silk in her hand. She didn't dare to speak. In the eyes of outsiders, she was Murong family's eldest Mississippi. But since she was young, she never had the right to speak in front of her grandfather and great-granduncle. All this time, she could only listen to what they said. But now, they were going to talk about her marriage. Master Murong saw her obedient appearance, and the anger in his heart subsided a little. He softened his tone and said, "Tomorrow is the last day of the martial arts convention. Your great-granduncle and I have already decided that you will be married to Yanwang Chamber's pavilion master, Ling Taihan. But Ling Taihan is already 40 years old." Murong Mingyan raised her head in astonishment and couldn't help but blurt out. 40 years old was already an old man to the 17-year-old Murong Mingyan. If her father was still alive, Ling Taihan would be a few years older than her father. "Shut up." Master Murong's face sank. He looked at Murong Mingyan with disappointment and said, "So what if he's 40 years old? With Ling Taihan's martial arts cultivation and status, he is still very young. How many people in this world do you think can stand up to Lei Jinting? I actually wanted to marry you to Prince Ding, but it's a pity that he doesn't like you and isn't even willing to come." Being mercilessly ridiculed by her own instructions, Murong Mingyan was so embarrassed that her entire face flushed red. Very quickly, her complexion turned deathly pale, and she was unable to speak for a long time. In the end, she was his granddaughter, and she was his only bloodline in the world. Seeing her like this, Master Murong sighed and eased his expression. He said patiently, "We deliberately made such a scene for your sake. There were only a few truly capable people in this world. Prince Ding's refusal to come shows that he doesn't care about you or Murong family's wealth. Moreover, everyone knows that Prince Ding is deeply in love with Princess Ding. Even the capital of the Northwest is named after her. Prince Ding won't abandon his wife for the sake of his reputation and the Su family. Even if you marry him, you can only be a concubine. As for Emperor Chu and Prince Li, Emperor Chu already has the Lu family by his side. There's no room for us to interfere. I'm afraid that Prince Li won't be able to do much. But Ling Taihan is different. He is the master of Yanwang Chamber. He lives in Xiling, and he has a good relationship with Prince Ding. It was precisely because of this identity that no one dared to offend him, even though he was not involved in any fights. Furthermore, Ling Taihan hasn't married yet. If you marry him, you'll be the wife of the pavilion master of the king of Hell's Pavilion. You also have the support of the Murong family. Who in this world would dare to give you any face? Murong Mingyan stubbornly bit her lip and didn't answer. Even if her grandfather praised Ling Taihan, in Murong Mingyan's eyes, how could Ling Taihan, who was dressed in plain clothes and looked ordinary, compare to the elegant young Master Qingchen? If Yili was here, she would definitely scoff at Murong Mingyan's taste. It wasn't that Yili thought Ling Taihan was better than Su Qingchen, but the two were completely different types. Although Ling Taihan wasn't as handsome as Su Qingchen, Mo Xiaoyao, Feng San, and Han Mingxi, he was tall and straight. His appearance was also firm and handsome. Even if he was put together with these world-famous handsome people, he would definitely not be drowned out. Moreover, on the surface, everyone thought that Su Qingchen's temper was better than Ling Taihan's. However, if Yili were to say, she was afraid that Ling Taihan's heart was softer than Su Qingchen's. If Yili were to choose one of these two to be her husband, Yili would most likely choose Ling Taihan and not Su Qingchen. This also explained why young Master Qingchen's appearance and wisdom were unparalleled in the world, but he still hadn't married. Sometimes, too much gentleness was actually a kind of alienation and indifference. Unfortunately, Murong Mingyan didn't understand this truth. Murong Xiong coldly snorted and said, "This old man knows what little girl is thinking. You just think that Ling Taihan is much older than you, and his appearance isn't as handsome as many of the young masters who came to participate in the martial arts convention. It seems that Murong family has spoiled you too much. How good do you think your appearance is? Tonight, you want to see that brat from the Su family, right? Were you rejected? Your appearance may be called a beauty in Encheng, but the Chu state isn't Xiling. That brat from the Su family has traveled the world. What kind of beauty hasn't he seen? With your appearance, if you stand next to that brat from the Su family, I'm afraid you're not as good looking as him. You don't have to resent Ling Taihan for being older than you. At 40 years old, he can maintain the appearance of a 30-year-old. At 70 years old, he can also maintain the appearance of a 40 or 50-year-old. Do you think you'll still be a beauty at 50 years old? At that time, it'll be him who dislikes you. If you marry that brat from the Su family or Mo Xiaoyao, I'm afraid you'll be left behind before you're 30 years old. Great-granduncle. These words could be said to be vicious. Murong Mingyan had never been humiliated like this in her entire life. This humiliation was personally given by her own family. Tears immediately flowed out and couldn't be stopped no matter how much she wiped them away. Cough. Uncle. Master Murong coughed lightly. He also felt that Murong Xiong had gone too far. Although Murong Mingyan's appearance hadn't reached the point of being unparalleled in the world, it wasn't to the point of being disliked. The title of the #1 beauty in Encheng wasn't self-proclaimed. Although Master Murong wanted to attack Mingyan so that she wouldn't be too ignorant, there were some things that went too far. Murong Xiong glanced at Murong Mingyan, but didn't say anything in the end. Master Murong looked at Murong Mingyan and said, "In short, your great-granduncle and I have already decided on this matter. There's no need to say anything more." How could Murong Mingyan be willing to accept this? She steeled her heart and knelt in front of Master Murong. "Grandfather, Mingyan has a better idea. Pavilion Master Ling might not be the best choice." Master Murong raised his gray eyebrows. It wasn't that he looked down on Murong Mingyan, but he was very clear about his granddaughter's capabilities. Naturally, he didn't believe that Murong Mingyan had any good ideas. Murong Mingyan quickly said, "Young Master Qingchen." Master Murong's expression changed, and he said angrily, "I've said so much to you, but you're still stubborn. In the end, you just can't bear to part with Su Qingchen's face. You still dare to say it in such a dignified manner. Don't forget who was the one who lived a life of luxury with you all these years." Murong Mingyan looked at Master Murong with tears in her eyes. Murong Xiong frowned and raised his hand to stop his nephew from shouting. He stared at Murong Mingyan and said, Tell me about it. Murong Mingyan was overjoyed and quickly said, young Master Qingqian's wisdom is unparalleled. If we can make him agree to marry into the Murong family. Chapter 546. Master Murong snorted and sneered. Marry into the family? Don't you know what kind of family the Su family is? It's already hard enough for him to agree to marry you, but you still want to marry into the family. Master Murong was also unhappy when he said this. There is nothing more disgusting than having someone who was proud of his family admit that he was inferior to others. However, in the eyes of the world, even if the Su family was poor, their status was much higher than the Murong family. The so-called scholarly family, Humph. Murong Mingyan thought of Su Qingqian's ruthlessness, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but dim. She continued, great-granduncle and grandfather are very resourceful, so they must have a way. If young Master Qingqian can become a member of the Murong family, we don't need to get involved with the assassin organization because of his relationship with Princess Ding. The Emperor of Xiling won't dare to touch the Murong family easily. Moreover, with young Master Qingqian's help, the Murong family will rise to a higher level. Master Murong hesitated when he heard this. It would be best if the Murong family could rise to a higher level. Once Su Qingqian married into the Murong family and the Su family would be relatives. Most importantly, the next generation of the Murong family would be the son of the famous young Master Qingqian. At that time, who would dare to say that the descendants of the Murong family were businessmen who reeked of money? However, the Su family had always been indifferent. How could they agree to such a proposal? Master Murong looked at Murong Xiong and hesitated for a moment before saying, if so, Su Qingqian is indeed more suitable than Ling Taihan. After all, Ling Taihan is the head of the assassins. I'm afraid it won't be easy to control him. But this matter, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Murong Xiong narrowed his eyes and pondered. His eyes emitted a sharp light. He said proudly, what's not easy about it? It's his blessing that I, Murong Xiong, am willing to marry my great niece. It wasn't because Murong Mingyan was good enough for Su Qingqian, but because Murong Mingyan was his great niece. As the #1 expert in the world, he was confident that Su Qingqian would not refuse this proposal. Master Murong looked at Murong Mingyan, who was kneeling on the ground with eyes full of expectation, and then looked at Murong Xiong, who was full of confidence. In the end, he agreed. It could be said that they had come to the martial arts tournament in high spirits, but they had returned in disappointment. On the second day of the martial arts competition, half of the top 10 experts had died before the third day of the competition. As for how they died, everyone was well aware. After all, everyone wants to be the son-in-law of the richest man in the world, but the Murong family only has one daughter. Naturally, he had to reduce his enemies as much as possible. Therefore, when the competition started and only half of the original top 10 experts appeared, no one felt the slightest bit surprised. Jinim of Gojoseon turned to look at Ling Taihan, who was resting with his eyes closed, and asked with a smile, Pavilion Master Ling, are you interested in testing your skills on stage this year? Although his face was calm, as usual, Jinim of Gojoseon was very cautious of Ling Taihan in his heart. In this meeting, he could not see through Ling Taihan's depth. In other words, even if Ling Taihan was not stronger than him, he was definitely not weaker than him. However, Ling Taihan was 10 years younger than him. Thinking about Mo Xiaoyao, who was 7 or 8 years younger than Ling Taihan, Jinim of Gojoseon suddenly felt a trace of exhaustion and helplessness. Compared to Mo Xiaoyao, he was already old. The one who should have competed with Mo Xiaoyao was his son, but unfortunately, his son was far from being able to compare to Mo Liufeng's son. Turning around to look at Lei Tingfeng, who was sitting behind him, Jinim of Gojoseon began to reflect on whether he had arranged things too well for Tungfeng, to the point where he was inferior to Mo Xiaoyao in every aspect. Perhaps when he goes back, he should let him take charge. Ling Taihan opened his eyes and said indifferently, not interested. Jinim of Gojoseon, Crown Prince Jinim of Gojoseon, Are you not going to try? Among these so-called rookies, other than the youth called enchanting, who was somewhat interesting, the others were simply not worthy of Ling Taihan's attention. Ling Taihan, who had just fought with Mo Xiaoyao, had no interest in fighting with the younger generation. Moreover, there were stronger opponents in his city right now. Ling Taihan lowered his eyes and looked at his right hand resting on the armrest. Then, he casually turned his gaze to the magnificent Murong family villa not far away. Jinnum of Gojoseon laughed loudly. Tongfeng's insignificant martial arts is not good enough for him to compete on the stage. He is also not a person of Jianghu, so there's no need for him to care about this little dispute. The last sentence was directed at Lei Tingfeng. In any case, it was impossible for the Murong family to marry their daughter to the Jinnan Wang's residence. Lei Tingfeng's participation in the martial arts competition was meaningless. Father is right. Lei Tingfeng nodded in agreement. Jinnum of Gojoseon nodded in satisfaction. He looked at his son with gratification and said, "When we return to the capital, Tongfeng will lead the troops to the south." Hearing this, Lei Tingfeng was indescribably surprised. He knew his father's intention to use the troops. Asking him to lead the troops to the south at this time was giving him permission to lead the troops alone. As long as he led the troops properly, he could have his own military power. Seeing that he understood his meaning, Jinnum of Gojoseon patted him on the shoulder and said, "You are not young anymore. It is time for you to take charge. Father is also old. Father is at the peak of his life. This child thanks father." Lei Tingfeng said. Jinnum of Gojoseon and his son said this without any intention of hiding it from others. Even Su Qingshan, who was dozing off to the side, did not seem to care. This was originally Jinnum of Gojoseon's test of Su Qingshan. Young Master Qingshan was famous throughout the world, but many things could not be done with talent alone. He also needed to be decisive and ruthless. The terrain at the border between Nanzhao and Xiling was complicated. It was impossible to end the battle quickly. Thus, from the start, Jinnum of Gojoseon had the idea of attacking Nanzhao first. He had not planned on a quick sneak attack. Thus, keeping his secret was not so important. Or rather, if he could test Su Qingshan's true depths, even if he leaked a bit of military intelligence, Jinnum of Gojoseon would feel it was worth it. If Su Qingshan chose to save Nanzhao, it meant that this person was soft-hearted and did not need to be feared. If Su Qingshan chose to stand by and watch, there was also no need to be too worried. If Su Qingshan used Nanzhao and Xiling to restrict each other, or even do something else, then, other than Mo Xiaoyao and Yili in the northwest, there would be one more person to be wary of. Su Qingshan did not pretend not to hear, nor did he deliberately care about this topic. It was as if Jinnum of Gojoseon and his son were talking about ordinary family matters, as if the father was praising the son. He opened his eyes and looked at Lei Tingfeng. He smiled faintly and said, "Congratulations, Lei Tingfeng." Lei Tingfeng smiled and said, "Many thanks, young Master Qingshan." But the smile did not reach his eyes. Lei Tingfeng's life was actually quite sullen. Although his abilities and methods were not bad, the pressure from above was Jinnum of Gojoseon. There was no room for him to show off. If he did well, like father, like son. If he did wrong, he would be a bad bamboo shoot. In terms of ability, and experience, even if he was not as good as Mo Xiaoyao, he would not lose to Yelu Hong, Yelui, Mo Jingqi, Mo Jingli, and the others. But when he mentioned others, the only impression they would have of him was Jinnum of Gojoseon. Lowering his head, Lei Tingfeng's eyes flashed with determination. He would let the world know what it meant to be the student surpassing the master. This one greets young Master Qingshan. While Su Qingshan and the other two were chatting, a middle-aged man who looked like a servant of the Murong family came over and greeted Su Qingshan. Su Qingshan sat up and nodded with a smile. No need to be so polite. The man looked at Su Qingshan with flattery and fawning eyes. He smiled and said, "Not at all. Our master invited you to the manor for a chat. This morning, Murong Xiong and the Murong family head did not appear on the stage. Although everyone was surprised, they did not say anything. Originally, the martial arts convention did not involve anyone. This time, the Morong family had done enough to organize it. The people present were not ordinary people. Naturally, they could see that the man's attitude towards Su Qingchun was different. Su Qingchun frowned slightly and said, "Does the Morong family head have something to say?" The man smiled apologetically and said, "The family head naturally has something important to discuss with young Master Qingchun." Su Qingchun nodded and stood up. "If so, please lead the way." Ling Taian, who was sitting on the side, also stood up and said with a smile, "This one has admired the Morong family for a long time. Would it be possible for me to visit?" The man was in a bit of a dilemma. The master and the old master definitely didn't want Ling Taian to pay them a visit now. But Ling Taian was the head of the assassins and the king of Hell's Pavilion. How could he resist his majesty? Ling Taian did not make things difficult for him. He smiled generously and said, "There's no need to make things difficult. It's just that this pavilion master has a good relationship with Prince Ding and Princess Consort. I have also promised Prince Ding that I would take good care of young Master Qingchun. Since it is not convenient for me to go, I can only ask the Morong family head to come out and chat with young Master Qingchun." This was not embarrassing. The man's face turned green. He forced a smile and said, "Young Master Qingchun, you are a guest. The Morong family will guarantee your safety." Wasn't the first person to make a move on young Master Qingchun at the martial arts convention from the Morong family? Lung Luiwei, who was sitting behind Ling Taihan, said coldly, "In that case, Pavilion Master Ling, please come out." The man gritted his teeth and said, the order he received was to invite young Master Qingchun. If he did not invite him, the master would usually deal with the incompetent person first before asking for the reason. Watching the group leave, Lei Tingfeng frowned and said, "Father, is the Morong family planning to..." Jinnum of Gojoseon sneered, and his eyes were fierce. "That old man Morong Xiong wants to die. I will help him." Chapter 547. In the magnificent hall of the Morong family, Su Qingchun sat calmly drinking tea. Ling Taian naturally sat beside him, drinking the best quality fragrant tea from the Chu state. Ling Taian couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the Morong family, this kind of best quality fragrant tea is rarely seen even in the Chu state. Su Qingchun said with a smile, "If Brother Ling likes it, I'll have someone send 2 boxes to Brother Su." Ling Taian raised his eyebrows. "There's a lot of this tea in the Northwest. That shouldn't be the case." This kind of tea wasn't common in the Chu state. Although the Chu state was doing business with the Northwest, there were some things that were prohibited from being shipped to the Northwest. This included this tea, which was known as the best fragrant tea in the Chu state. This actually didn't affect the Northwest. It was purely Mo Jingqi's actions to annoy Mo Xiaoyao. Su Qingchun smiled faintly. That's not the case. At the beginning of spring, the Northwest imported a batch, and later sent a few boxes to me. However, this kind of tea is fragrant. If it's too fragrant, it will cover up the natural fragrance of the plants. Our family members don't like it too much. That's why I have more. Ling Taihan's mouth twitched. "So you're giving it to me because you don't like it?" "I know. You scholars are always very particular. Not only do you want the best quality tea, but even the best quality tea has to be divided into different grades." Su Qingchun smiled, but didn't say anything. The servants, standing by the side, were sweating profusely. They had been instructed by the young miss to serve the best tea to young Master Qingchun. Who would have thought that young Master Qingchun didn't like this tea? They didn't know whether they should make do with this mistake or give young Master Qingchun another cup of tea. Young Master Qingchun. Young Master Qingchun, your presence brings light to my humble Morong family." The Morong family's patriarch smiled brightly, as if he were a warm and hospitable host. Morong Mingyan, whose face was covered by a veil, was next to him. She looked at Su Qingchun with an amiable smile. However, this kind of amiability made the 2 outsiders present, Ling Taihan and Su Qingchun, feel goosebumps all over their bodies. Su Qingchun smiled and said, "Master Morong, You're being too courteous. May I know why Master Morong has sent someone to invite me here? The Morong family's master laughed and said, Young Master Ching Chun is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. I heard that young Master Ching Chun is still single after the new year. Su Ching Chun's expression changed slightly, but his half-closed eyes darkened slightly. He said faintly, That is indeed the case. Morong clan master smiled in satisfaction. Young Master Ching Chun, what do you think of my minion? Morong minion blushed and glanced at Su Ching Chun shyly. However, she saw that Su Ching Chun was calmly staring at the teacup in front of him. He did not even look at her. She couldn't help but feel stifled in her heart. A little grievance welled up in her heart, and the rims of her eyes immediately turned red. Ling Taihan, who was sitting on the side, raised his eyebrows and glanced at Su Ching Chun with a mocking smile. He looked as if he was watching a good show. Su Ching Chun was not in a good mood at the moment. The reason was that Mo Xiaoyao had guessed the Murong family's plan. We thought about how Mo Xiaoyao, that vile bastard, would laugh at him later. Young Master Su's mood would not be good. The Murong family's master, who was full of confidence and a smile, saw that Su Ching Chun did not answer for a long time. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. After a while, Su Ching Chun said faintly, Thank you for your kindness, Master Morong. However, I don't have any intention of getting married. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. The Morong family's master forced a smile and said, As the saying goes, take care of the family, rule the country, and bring peace to the world. Young master, you've passed the new year and have yet to settle down. You should think about it carefully. Su Ching Chun smiled faintly and said, You're right, Master Zhuang. I've been working hard these past few years to cultivate my body. Unfortunately, my aptitude is too low and I haven't achieved anything. Ling Taihan could not help but secretly laugh when he heard this. However, his martial arts cultivation was profound and his endurance was enough. He forced himself to suppress his laughter. Master Morong had said that he would govern the country and bring peace to the world. Su Ching Chun had taken that out of context. Ancient people said that cultivating one's body would govern the country and bring peace to the world. Young Master Su was still working hard on cultivating his body. He did not have the time to govern the family. This kind of rejection was obvious enough, especially in front of Ling Taihan. It could be said that he had cut off the possibility of the Murong family choosing another path. Master Murong's face darkened. He said coldly, If that's the case, why did young Master Ching Chun stay alone with Mingyu last night? Could it be that young Master Su is well-educated and does not know that men and women should not touch each other? Do you not know the importance of a girl's reputation? Could it be that young Master Ching Chun does not intend to give the Murong family an explanation? Explanation. Su Ching Chun frowned and looked at Master Murong and Murong Mingyan in confusion. The confusion and doubt in her calm eyes almost made the two people unable to maintain the expression on their faces. Su Ching Chun said, Young Lady Murong came to visit last night. Originally, I wanted to talk at the door, but young Lady Murong insisted on talking with me alone. Or did Master Murong think that it would be better for us to be in a deadlock at the door and be seen by passers-by? In addition, even if we talked in private, Master Murong must know my identity. I can guarantee that there were no less than 4 people in the room at that time. Moreover, I did not touch young Lady Murong's finger. Murong Mingyan was ashamed and ashamed. She said with tears in her eyes, Young Master Ching Chun, is Mingyan really not worthy of your attention? Su Ching Chun frowned and said indifferently, I'm sorry. At this point, it was already a deadlock. Ling Taihan thought about whether he should say something or not. No matter what, it was important for him to get Su Ching Chun out of the Murong family in one piece. He did not care about other people, but he was afraid that the old monster Murong Xiong would suddenly make a move. If that happened, they would be in danger today. Master Murong's face darkened. He stared at Su Ching Chun and said, Young Master Ching Chun, even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for Prince Ding and Princess Ding, right? Su Qingshan raised her eyebrows. Master Morong, please forgive me for not understanding your words. Master Morong sneered. Not only does my Morong family own 60% of Xiling country's business, we also have a lot of business into Chu State and Li City in the northwest. Speaking of which, the northwest iron mines are all bought from the Chu State and Xiling, right? Coincidentally, 70% of the iron mines I buy in Li City are bought from Xiling from the Morong family. For a normal family, they might not use much iron in their lifetime. But for the Prince Ding Mansion, which had nearly 1 million soldiers, they would not have weapons without iron mines. Therefore, iron mines were a very important issue for the Northwest. The Morong family was rich, so how could they not see such a huge benefit? As early as when the Northwest and the Chu State had just broken off relations, the Morong family had already taken the initiative to contact the Prince Ding Mansion. Su Qingshan lowered his eyes and did not speak. If Master Morong could see him, he would definitely see the sneer and coldness in his cold eyes. Unfortunately, Master Morong did not see it, so he took Su Qingshan's silence as a compromise. He nodded proudly and laughed. Young Master Qingshan, why don't you think about it carefully? Although my Morong family is a merchant family, our wealth is comparable to that of a country. After marrying into the Morong family, young Master Qingshan will be the next master. Isn't it 1,000 times better than being Prince Ding's assistant? Cough, cough. With such shocking words, even Pavilion Master Ling, who was as calm as a mountain, almost choked on his tea. Ling Taian looked at Master Morong with admiration. You want Su Qingshan to marry into the family? You really dare to dream. If Su Qingshan does not destroy your Morong family, I will compensate you with a Yanwang Chamber of Commerce. Ling Taihan and Su Qingshan had known each other for a long time. Although they did not meet often, it did not prevent him from understanding Su Qingshan, because this was the experience he gained from personal experience. Chapter 548. In the end, the two of them were politely escorted out by the servants of the Morong family, who flattered Su Qingshan along the way. It seemed that the servants of the Morong family had already decided that young Master Qingshan would be the future son-in-law of the Morong family. When they were far away from the Morong family, Ling Taihan finally couldn't hold back his laughter. He then looked at Su Qingshan and laughed loudly. Su Qingshan looked at him coldly and asked indifferently, "Is it very funny?" Ling Taihan generously admitted, "It's not bad. After so many years, young Master Qingshan has finally entertained me for once." Young Master Qingshan had always been the one to laugh at other people's jokes. This time, it was finally others' turn to laugh at him, being forced to marry into the family. If this news were to spread, who knew how many jaws would drop? Su Qingshan glanced at him, then turned and walked in the direction of the city. Ling Taian looked at his back and rubbed his chin. He threw his second sister and third brother to the back of his mind and followed him with a look of anticipation. Su Qingshan didn't know martial arts, so he could only walk slowly. Ling Taian followed beside him very easily. Young Master Qingshan, have you thought how to deal with the Morong family? Or are you really going to marry into the Morong family and become the richest person in the world? Su Qingshan stopped and looked at him thoughtfully. Tower Master Ling immediately floated back a few feet in vigilance. What do you want to do? I can't beat that old monster of the Morong family. Su Qingshan smiled. Someone told me that as long as there's an expert on the same level as Tower Master Ling, it'll be enough to deal with Morong Xiong. Mo Xiaoyao. Ling Taian gritted his teeth and glanced at Su Qingshan. No problem. Tell Mo Xiaoyao to come himself. I also want to see if he has improved. Also, what benefits do I get from helping you deal with the Morong family? Friends were friends. Business was business. Dealing with the Morong family was a big matter, so he wouldn't do it without some benefits. Su Qingshan clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Of course I won't disappoint you, Brother Ling. But if I want to deal with the Morong family, it's not enough to have just you and me. We need a partner." Ling Taihan frowned and said in a deep voice, "Enchanting?" Ling Taihan was able to become the head of the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce at such a young age and become one of the top 4 experts in Jianghu. Naturally, he wasn't stupid. Within Shiling's borders, it would be extremely difficult to deal with the Murong family, a behemoth that even the royal family feared, without official permission. Lei Jinting will cooperate with you? The enmity between him and Mo Lufang is known to the whole world. There are no eternal friends in this world, and similarly, there are no eternal enemies. Lei Jinting will come and find us himself. Leaving these words behind, young Master Chen flew away. Only Ling Taihan was left behind. He shook his head and sighed helplessly. It seems like the Murong family's fate is already at its end. Otherwise, how could they have offended this god? Prince Jinim of Gojoseon looked at the competition on the stage with a solemn expression. Lei Tongfeng, who was sitting behind him, knew that his father's thoughts were no longer on the stage. How is it? Jinim of Gojoseon asked the gold-robed guard in front of him. The gold-robed guard said in a low voice, I just received news that the Murong family wants young Master Chun to marry into their family. Jinim of Gojoseon was startled, but he soon sneered. They're dreaming. What was Su Qingchen's reaction? The gold-robed guard said, young Master Chun didn't seem to agree. When he left just now, young Master Chun didn't look too good. At this time, he has already returned to the city. Jinim of Gojoseon lowered his head and pondered for a long time. Lei Tingfeng said in a low voice, Su Qingchen became famous at such a young age and was born into a scholarly family. He must be proud and arrogant. It will be difficult for him to agree to such a proposal. Jinim of Gojoseon frowned. He turned to look at Lei Tingfeng and asked, Tongfeng, if you were Su Qingchen, would you agree? Lei Tingfeng thought for a moment, then nodded honestly and said, in reply to Imperial Father, I would agree. Jinim of Gojoseon nodded and smiled. What you said is the truth. Let's go back to the city. Standing up, Jinim of Gojoseon turned and walked out of the arena. Lei Tingfeng naturally followed immediately. Lung Luiyue, who was sitting to the side, saw the two people leave. She then looked at the seats in the front row that were mostly empty. She thought for a moment and said, Third brother, let's go too. Sickly Scholar naturally wouldn't refute Lung Luiyue's words. He nodded and also stood up to leave. Rin Qining, who was currently sparring in the arena, glanced at the empty seats below from the corner of his eye. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he flipped his sword to send his opponent off the arena. Standing on the arena, Rin Qining looked at the Murong family not far away from the arena. Su Qingchen bid farewell to Ling Taihan and walked around the city before returning to the inn that he was temporarily staying at. As soon as he entered the room, he saw two people sitting in the room. Before Su Qingchen could say anything, a few shadow guards pounced at him. Jinim of Gojoseon naturally didn't care about these shadow guards. With a cold laugh, he put down his teacup and casually struck out with his palm. The shadow guards clearly realized that they were not this person's opponent. Their figures intertwined, and in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, two of them entangled the Jinnan Wang, while the other two pounced towards Lei Tingfeng. At the same time, two more people appeared behind Su Qingchen and stood in front of her. Stop! Su Qingchen opened his mouth to stop them. Before he finished speaking, the shadow guards had already stopped their attacks and retreated to the side with their bodies bowed. Jinim of Gojoseon clapped his hands and laughed. Good, as expected of the Prince Ding Mansion's shadow guard. You really live up to your reputation. Young Master Qingchen, I hope that you will forgive me for taking the liberty of visiting. Su Qingchen walked out from behind the shadow guards and waved his hand, saying, You may leave. Jinim of Gojoseon has no ill intentions. Your subordinates will take their leave. The shadow guards didn't delay and left after confirming Su Qingchen's words. Jinim of Gojoseon raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but look at this gentle and graceful young Master Qingchen in a new light. Oh? How can young Master Qingchen be so sure that I have no ill intentions? Su Qingchen laughed. If Jinim of Gojoseon wanted to ambush me, you could have done it anywhere. Why wait in the inn? Jinim of Gojoseon nodded and said, That's right. I really envy Prince Ding. Not only does he have a wise person like young Master Qingshan to assist him, but his subordinates are also well-trained. Originally, I wanted to sneak in quietly, but I didn't expect to be discovered. What's more, they were actually able to keep their composure. Su Qingshan walked over to Jinnum of Gojoseon and sat down. He took a celadon teacup and poured himself a cup of tea. He smiled and said, "Prince Ding, you flatter me." Su Qingshan smiled and looked at Jinnum of Gojoseon and said, "I know why Jinnum of Gojoseon is here. I have no interest in selling myself to anyone." Jinnum of Gojoseon smiled strangely. The Murong family's wealth is comparable to that of a country. Su Qingshan smiled indifferently. Wealth comparable to that of a country is only useful if one knows how to use it. If a person only needs 100,000 taels to live the most extravagant life, then what's the point of 1,000,000 taels to him? When silver reaches a certain level, it's just a number. The South-protecting king narrowed his eyes and sized up Su Qingshan. "I don't understand what you mean." Su Qingshan smiled and said, "With my current status, I am very short on money. Even 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 wouldn't be too much. But with a different status, 8 or 10,000 would be enough." Jinnum of Gojoseon's eyes flashed, and he cupped his hands. "Young master is very talented. If I can't have someone like you to assist me, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Prince Ding is very fortunate." Su Qingshan's words were easy to understand. He was now an important person in the Northwest and was in charge of the Northwest government. Naturally, the more money he had, the better. But young Master Qingshan had no interest in money. Jinnum of Gojoseon looked at him and said, "Young Master Qingshan doesn't seem surprised by Ai's visit. Or perhaps, young Master Qingshan has been waiting for I to come?" Su Qingshan smiled faintly and said, "I just said a few words to Pavilion Master Ling. In this world, there are no eternal friends, nor are there eternal enemies. Now, I'll add, there are only eternal benefits. At least for now, you and I have the same goal, right? Or does Jinnum of Gojoseon think that I don't have the ability to control the Murong family? There are no eternal friends, nor are there eternal enemies, only eternal benefits?" Insightful. Jinnum of Gojoseon praised. "I'm just copying the wisdom of others. I just happened to hear the princess mention it and felt that it was appropriate. Isn't that right?" Su Qingshan asked as he drank his tea. Princess Consort Ding. Princess Consort Ding is indeed a rare woman. Since young Master Qingshan has the confidence to control the Murong family, why do you want to cooperate with I? Jinnum of Gojoseon asked. "A waste of time," Su Qingshan said bluntly. Of course, he could take over the Murong family, but it would take 10 days to half a month. It wouldn't be easy to accomplish in 3 to 5 years. But now, if Mo Shuyao lets Su Qingshan go for so long for the Murong family, he would rather burn down all of the Murong family's properties. If Su Qingshan left, who would take care of his official business and the people's livelihood? Jinnum of Gojoseon lowered his eyes and thought about Su Qingshan's words. If he could, he would never cooperate with Su Qingshan. Cooperation meant that he couldn't enjoy the benefits alone. Most of the Murong family's benefits were in Shilling and belonged to Shilling. But if he didn't agree, Jinnum of Gojoseon didn't doubt that Su Qingshan would find a way to sabotage him even if he didn't want to marry into the Murong family. Besides, there was still the Dechu state. If he forced the Murong family to submit to the Dechu state, the losses would outweigh the gains. After a long time, Jinnum of Gojoseon raised his head and asked, "What do you want, young Master Qingshan?" Su Qingshan smiled in satisfaction. "All of the Murong family's properties in the Northwest will belong to the Prince Ding Mansion. As for those in Shilling, I don't want much. 30% will belong to the Prince Ding Mansion and 1% to the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce." Jinnum of Gojoseon's face darkened. Young Master Qingshan's appetite is a little too big. He asked for 40% of the Murong family's properties. That was equivalent to 20% of the Shilling's properties. Su Qingshan smiled faintly. Jinnum of Gojoseon means that Jinnan Palace can take down the Murong family alone. Or can Jinnum of Gojoseon guarantee that the Dachu state, Nanzhao, and northern tribes won't interfere? Although the royal family of the northern tribes didn't send anyone this time, but we are now in Jinnum of Gojoseon's territory. I don't believe that Jinnum of Gojoseon doesn't know what the northern tribes are up to. Also, does Jinnum of Gojoseon have the confidence to deal with Murong Xiong? Chapter 549. Does Jinnum of Gojoseon have the confidence to deal with Murong Xiong? Su Qingshin's words were understated, but in Jinnum of Gojoseon's ears, it had a completely different meaning. Jiang Hu's experts seemed unable to affect the overall situation, but experts at Murong Xiong's level couldn't help but make people wary. No matter how much he had the upper hand, if he were to fight to the death, even if he had to risk his life to take your life, there were not many people in this world who would be able to resist him. The higher one's position, the more they cherished their lives. Jinnum of Gojoseon naturally didn't want to let go of such a huge threat to himself. He wanted to unify the world and destroy Mo Liufeng's descendants. But if he died at the hands of someone from Jianghu, then he would have nothing left. Young Master Qingshan persuaded Ling Taihan to act. That's right, Ling Taihan has a good relationship with young Master Qingshan and Prince Ding. Jinnum of Gojoseon said in a deep voice. Su Qingshan smiled faintly and said, "Friendship is friendship, business is business. I won't hide it from Prince. This time, I only came on the way from Nanzhao. I didn't bring many people from the northwest. However, if I can't persuade Pavilion Master Ling to act, then I can also persuade the Yinwang Chamber of Commerce to follow my orders. This time, I'm afraid that the Yinwang Chamber of Commerce will have to contribute the most. Prince Ding giving up 10% of the profits isn't too much." Jinnum of Gojoseon had nothing to say. The 10% profit that Su Qingshin spoke of was 100,000 or even 1,000,000 taels of silver for him. Looking at the smiling young master in white sitting in front of him, Jinnum of Gojoseon once again felt something stuck in his chest. He couldn't spit it out or swallow it. I don't understand why young Master Qingshan wants to act against the Murong family. Speaking of which, the existence of the Murong family isn't without benefits for the Northwest, right? Jinnum of Gojoseon asked. As long as the Murong family existed, the Northwest economy would never catch up to the Dachu state. Compared to the hundreds of families contending in the Dachu state, the Murong family of West Hill had been the dominant family for too long. Su Qingshan took a sip of tea and sighed softly. I did think of cooperating with the Murong family. Unfortunately, some people are too ignorant. Now that the Murong family is able to become a hidden danger in Xiling, it may not be impossible for them to become a hidden danger in Ding Wangfu in the future. Jinan Wang was silent for a while before he respectfully said, I understand. I will do as young Master Qingshan said. If there's anything you need me to do, young Master Qingshan can just send someone to inform Tingfeng. Lei Tengfeng understood that his father wanted him to take care of this matter. He nodded and cupped his hands towards Su Qingshan. I hope young Master Qingshan can give me some pointers. Su Qingshan smiled faintly. Your Highness is too serious. Not long after Jinnum of Gojoseon and his son left, Ling Taihan floated in through the half-open window. He looked at Su Qingshan and smiled. It's rare that young Master Qingshan would think of me. I didn't waste my efforts to make friends with you. If I could have more friends like you, I wouldn't have to worry about the livelihood of those idiots at home. Su Qingshan looked up and smiled. So Pavilion Master Ling agrees? Ling Taihan nodded. Of course I agree. Why wouldn't I agree to such a good thing? With this deal, it won't be a problem to prevent the Yinwang Chamber of Commerce from opening for 3 to 5 years. But you're a lot more generous this time. I thought that even if you didn't want to take the lead, you would at least split it with Lei Jinting. Su Qingshan said, West Hill is Jinnum of Gojoseon's territory after all. If we push them too hard, we'll only lose the chicken and the eggs. It's already not bad to get 30% without risking anything. Any more, and we'll be hated by others. Ling Taihan frowned. You've helped Lei Jinting this time. He's been thinking about making a move on the Murong family for a long time. Aren't you afraid that he'll make things difficult for you after he calms down? West Hill's national treasury isn't rich. Once he calms down, I'm afraid that even the million soldiers of the Princeton Mansion won't be able to withstand him. No matter how brave and skilled the Princeton Mansion was, it couldn't avoid the shortcomings of being too small and barren. It was sandwiched between three big countries. They couldn't attack the wealthiest Dechu state, and they couldn't use the northern tribes of the north. Moreover, the valiant people beyond the Great Wall were not comparable to the scholars of Dechu state. West Hill was also eyeing them covetously. Although the Northwest had been governed well in recent years, in the eyes of most people, the future was worrying. Su Qingshun gracefully used the cup lid to gently brush the tea leaves floating on the surface of the water. She laughed softly. It's easy to destroy many things, but to rebuild, it's extremely difficult. If Leijinting thinks that West Hill's business can be revived as long as the Murong family falls, I'm afraid he'll be disappointed. Although he can get a large sum of military funds. But at least in 3 to 5 years, West Hill will only be poorer than before. Shaking the Murong family was equivalent to shaking the entire West Hill's economy. Without 3 to 5 years, no matter how talented the masters were, they wouldn't be able to save it. Moreover, in this era, except when they were poor, the nobles generally didn't pay much attention to businessmen. Naturally, those who were proficient in finance were even rarer. If Jinnam of Gojoseon thought that everything would go smoothly without the Murong family, and that the politics and people would be harmonious, it could only mean that he himself had never studied the economy. It seemed that occasionally listening to Li Er's chatter was quite beneficial. At least sometimes, she raised some points that even someone as intelligent and far-sighted as young Master Qingshun had never thought of. Thinking of the woman who once spoke with assurance in the study, her face full of confidence and joy, Su Qingshun's face revealed a faint smile. Ling Taihan was silent for a long time before he sighed. I thought you were scheming against the Murong family. Now it seems that you're scheming against Leijinting. That's right, even though the Murong family was known as the richest family, but no one had ever clearly calculated how much wealth Ding Wangfu had. Even if it wasn't as good as the Murong family, it could still raise hundreds of thousands of Mahist army under the suppression of the Dechu state's royal family for generations. With this kind of background, it was likely that they didn't really care about the Murong family's gold and silver. Encountering such an opponent, Leijinting could only admit that he was unlucky. You people think too much in your brains. I'm too lazy to think about these things. When you're about to make a move, just send someone to inform me. Ling Taihan said in a low voice. All his life, he pursued the pinnacle of martial arts. He had no interest in Jianghu or the imperial court. Even if it was the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce, it was more of a responsibility. Therefore, he naturally didn't have much interest in Su Qingshun's roundabout matters that made his head hurt just by listening to her. Su Qingshun smiled and agreed. She watched Ling Taihan leave through the window, and the room returned to silence. Since that day when Su Qingshun left the Murong family, she didn't reply to any news from the Murong family. The rankings for the new round of the martial arts convention were also released. However, this time, it was clearly a bit awkward. There was no other reason. One of the 4 great masters from the previous 2 tournaments was still alive. Although only 2 of them attended the martial arts convention, they didn't fight. Therefore, this year's young masters couldn't directly occupy the title of #1 great master. In the end, the martial arts convention, which was originally highly publicized, ended in a somewhat hasty manner. A few days ago, the Murong family was still patiently waiting for Su Qingshun's reply. Moreover, after the martial arts convention, Su Qingshun didn't leave in city. It was normal for young Master Qingshun to take some time to consider something as important as marrying into the family. However, the Murong family gradually realized that something was wrong. Chapter 550. There was still no movement in places further away, but news came from places closer to in city that businesses were starting to have problems. Not only was there interference from the Emperor's shieling, but there was also the shadow of the Dechu state or the Princeton Mansion. Master Murong thought of the white-clothed figure with a calm smile in the hall of the Murong family, and his face became more and more unsightly. This was just the beginning. When the Murong family found out that their businesses in Great Shu, Nanzhou, and the Northwest all had problems at the same time, and their shops were either closed down or forced to close. Some of them were even directly confiscated. Only then did the Murong family's head truly understand how powerful that elegant and otherworldly man was. Bastard, is that Su boy crazy? In the study of the Murong family, Murong Xiong was furious as he read the news reported by his nephew. Murong Mingyan stood behind her grandfather, and her face was covered in tears. She never thought that Su Qingshan would attack the Murong family in order to not marry her. Murong Xiong said angrily, "Pass down the order. I want the Princeton mansion to not be able to buy a single iron mine in the Northwest." Master Murong smiled bitterly and said, "I just received news that there are iron mines in the Northwest, and the Princeton mansion is not only doing business with the surrounding countries, but also with the countries of the West. The Martial Arts Society convention hasn't even started, and the Northwest has already attacked our shops. I'm afraid Su boy didn't come with good intentions this time." Murong Xiong was so angry that he gasped for breath. How much did the Murong family lose? Master Murong said, "All our businesses outside the West Hill are gone." The Murong family's foundation was in the West Hill. Although they had businesses in other places, they weren't enough to really affect the other party's economy, so they didn't have to worry about attacking. He was afraid that when the Murong family's businesses collapsed, the merchants in their own country would celebrate. The West Hill also suffered heavy losses. Not only did the Genom of Gojoseon and the officials suppress us, but many merchants among the people also began to attack us. The Murong family monopolized more than half of the businesses in the West Hill, so they naturally had countless enemies. Murong Xiong sneered and said, "Since they want to fight with us, there's no harm in letting them see how deep the Murong family's wealth is." How could the Murong family's wealth be limited to the shops outside? Even the gold and silver accumulated over hundreds of years was enough to crush those who went against them. The Murong family's master said hesitantly, "Uncle, I'm afraid that this isn't appropriate. Wouldn't that give Genom of Gojoseon a legitimate reason to interfere? If the conflict between the merchants was too serious and affected the common people, Genom of Gojoseon could directly order his army to wipe out the Murong family, and no one would say anything." Murong Xiong could not help but frown. He had been practicing martial arts since he was a child. He was not proficient in politics or business. While the two of them were frowning and thinking hard, a servant came in from outside and reporting to Master, "There's a young Master Rin Cheaning outside, asking for an audience." Master Murong frowned and said, "Rin Cheaning? Who is that?" Murong Xiong had some impression of him and said, "The one who won first place in the martial arts competition. Unfortunately, he is too young. If he was 10 years older, he might be able to surpass Ling Taian and Lei Jinting." The Murong family's master had no interest in Rin Qining's martial arts. Even if Murong Xiong's cultivation was profound, he was helpless in the face of the Murong family's current deadlock. "What does he want?" The servant reported. Young Master Rin said that he can resolve the current deadlock for Master. The Murong family's master was startled and turned to look at Murong Xiong. Murong Xiong's old eyes slightly narrowed and said, "Let him in." Not far from the Murong family's residence, two people were sitting leisurely on a lush tree branch and looking at the Murong family's gate. "Li, what do you think Rin Qining wants to do by coming to the Murong family at this time?" Mo Xiuyao asked curiously. Yili shook her head. She wasn't immortal. How could she know so clearly? Mo Xiuyao sighed and said, "We clearly said that we would come out to play, but why do I feel more tired than usual?" Yili leaned on his chest and said with a smile, "Isn't that the one who doesn't know martial arts? Although he has the Shadow Guard to protect him, you also know how powerful that Murong Xiong is. If he suddenly turns hostile, what's the use of Big Brother's intelligence?" If Su Qingshan and Murong Xiong came face to face and made up their minds to kill him, even if Su Qingshan was the smartest person in the world, it would still be a waste. In the face of absolute strength, any scheme would be useless. Mo Xiaoyao sighed and lowered his head to look at Yi Li. Li is right. Now that Renqining is also involved, we really can't leave. Jinima Gojozian and Ling Taihan teamed up to deal with Murong Xiong, but they only had a 50% chance of winning. If Renqining was added in, it would be hard to say what would happen. Mo Xiaoyao didn't care about the others or the Murong family, but at least they had to ensure Su Qingqin's safety. I'll go in and take a look. Yi Li pulled Mo Xiaoyao back and said, Murong Xiong's martial arts are much higher than yours. It's better if you don't take the risk. Mo Xiaoyao smiled and looked at her. He reached out and gently brushed her hair behind her ear and said with a smile, Don't worry. Even if I'm discovered, I can't beat them. Can't I run? Yi Li frowned and stared at him. Be careful. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and let go of Yi Li. He silently bypassed the large number of guards in front of the door and went into the Murong family. At this time in the study, Renqining was looking at the three people in front of him with a smile. He was leisurely fanning himself with the fan in his hand. In the end, who are you and why have you come? Murong family's head coldly looked at the gentle and scholarly-looking man in front of him. He was very clear that this person was different from young Master Qing Chun. This person's martial arts were ranked first in Jianghu. Renqining smiled and said, My surname is Renqining. Greetings to Murong family's head and senior Murong. Murong Xiong coldly snorted. Renqining suddenly felt his heart tremble. His blood rushed to his head, and he almost fell to the ground. While his heart was amazed by Murong Xiong's profound internal energy, Renqining's face was calm. He smiled and praised. Senior Murong is really a senior expert. This junior admires you. Murong Xiong sneered. How could he not hear that Renqining was reminding him not to use his martial arts to bully the younger generation? Young Master Run, you didn't come to the Murong family to praise this old man? Renqining smiled and glanced at Murong Mingyan. He smiled and said, To be honest, I came to ask for Miss Murong's hand in marriage. Ask for her hand in marriage. The three people in the study were stunned. Murong Xiong was the first to react. He sneered, Why do you think this old man will marry Mingyan to you? Renqining casually tapped his palm with the fan and slowly said, Now, besides me, is there anyone else who is willing to marry Miss Murong? Impudent! Murong Xiong angrily shouted. Renqining was not afraid at all. He smiled and said, Senior Murong, please don't be angry. Although my words are unpleasant to hear, Senior Murong can't deny that this is the truth. The Murong family is big and powerful. Naturally, there are not many people who are qualified to marry Miss Murong. Senior Murong must have understood young Master Qingqin's attitude these days. Pavilion Master Ling is probably standing on young Master Qingqin's side. Or does Master Murong plan to marry Miss Murong to the Dechu state? With Murong Mingyan's status, she would at most be an imperial concubine after entering the palace. Not to mention the imperial concubine and the empress. The Dechu state did not lack money. The importance of the Murong family in Emperor Chu's eyes was questionable. At that time, he was afraid that he would suffer a double loss. The Murong family would lose their only daughter and their entire family business. Do you think you are qualified to marry Mingyan? Murong Xiong stared at him and said coldly. Renqining smiled and said, Although I am not as rich as the Murong family, I still have some ability and family background. Murong Xiong snorted disdainfully. No matter in Jianghu, he had never heard of the name Renqining. There was no powerful family with the surname Ren. An unknown brat dared to be so arrogant. Renqining did not get angry when he saw Murong Xiong's contemptuous expression. He said with a smile, Senior Murong, how about you give me some pointers? Murong Xiong did not have time to ridicule Renqining for overestimating himself. He saw Renqining's sleeve move and a strong wind attack the Murong family's head. The Murong family's head did not practice martial arts. He was shocked by this sudden change and did not have time to dodge. Murong Mingyan, who was standing to the side, clenched her teeth and a dagger appeared in her hand. She stabbed it towards Renqining. Renqining smiled slightly. His fingers moved quickly and easily took the dagger from Murong Mingyan's hand. Although this move was exquisite, if young experts like Ling Taihan and Mo Xiaoyao were present, they might not be able to see through it. However, Murong Xiong was different. He was already the world's #1 expert 50 years ago. The things he had seen were naturally much more than Mo Xiaoyao and Ling Taihan. Murong Xiong's face changed. He stared at Ren Qining and said, "Fleeting finger, who are you to the Lin family?" Ren Qining slightly bowed and said with a smile, "Junior surname is Lin and given name is Yuan. My grandfather's surname is Lin and given name is Fuqin. Senior must have heard of it. You're Lin Yuan. This is impossible. Lin Yuan is not." The Murong family's business was spread all over the world. Naturally, their sources of information were also spread all over the world. Murong Xiong had already noticed Lin Yuan. It could even be said that he had noticed him earlier than Mo Xiaoyao. However, the reason why he noticed Lin Yuan was different from Mo Xiaoyao and the others. Mo Xiaoyao and the rest of the world noticed Lin Yuan's identity as an orphan of the previous dynasty. Murong Xiong noticed him because he had a grandfather called Lin Fuqin. Lin Fuqin was a person who was rarely known in Jianghu. However, Murong Xiong remembered that he was a top expert like himself. It was just that Lin Fuqin had never really made a name for himself in Jianghu. Sometimes, Murong Xiong even doubted that if Lin Fuqin had fought for the title of top expert, he would not have been able to obtain the title of the world's #1 expert. Ren Qining's eyebrows flashed with a trace of disdain. Tanjiji? Just a plaything that can't be shown in public. What is he? Chapter 551. When Mo Xiaoyao came out of the Murong family, Yili finally breathed a sigh of relief. The two left the Murong family. On the way, Mo Xiaoyao's brows were tightly knitted. He was obviously troubled. "Xiaoyao, what happened?" Yili asked softly. Mo Xiaoyao frowned and told her what he heard in the Murong family. He didn't hear much because he was afraid of Murong Xiong and didn't dare to get too close. But Murong Xiong's words, "You are Lin Yuan," were heard clearly. Perhaps Murong Xiong was conceited that his martial arts were unparalleled in the world, so he didn't suppress his voice. Yili was also surprised by this result. Ren Qining is a descendant of the previous dynasty's imperial family. Could it be that he and Tanjiji are brothers? The two of them were close in age. The previous dynasty had been destroyed for 200 years. It would be strange if two orphans of the previous dynasty suddenly appeared at the same time. Mo Xiaoyao shook his head. No, if they were brothers, they wouldn't both be called Lin Yuan. In addition, when Ren Qining talked about Tanjiji, his tone was full of disdain. If they were biological brothers, even if they were dissatisfied, they wouldn't use that kind of tone. Ren Qining's attitude was clearly degrading Tanjiji to the point that he was worse than a servant. It seems that we need to investigate this previous dynasty's imperial family. Yili smiled. Mo Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. Let's go. We'll go back and tell your big brother about this. After hearing the news brought by Mo Xiaoyao and Yili, young Master Qing Chun didn't panic. Seeing young Master Qing Chen's calm appearance, Prince Ding suddenly felt that he was meddling in other people's business. Yili looked at Su Qingshan worriedly. Big brother? Su Qingshan smiled. Don't worry. Ren Qining can't affect the overall situation. Mo Xiaoyao hugged Yili and rested his chin on her shoulder. He smiled. Ren Qining is full of confidence. Young Master Qingshan is unwilling to marry Miss Murong. But isn't there a descendant of the royal family who is willing to marry her? Su Qingshan casually knocked on the edge of the table, the smile on her lips like a tranquil pear blossom. Does Ren Qining have the ability to directly face the threat of Shiling Dechu State and Yanwang Chamber of Commerce? Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows, clearly wanting to go against him. What if he does? Su Qingshan raised his eyelids and said indifferently, if he has the ability, he can just raise the banner of reviving the country. Why must you marry Murong Mingyan? Mo Xiaoyao rubbed his nose helplessly. It was so boring talking to smart people. What do you think he'll do? Su Qing-shan said, "Move the Murong family's businesses as soon as possible. Save as many as you can." Yili said, "Will Murong Xiong accept this result?" Murong Xiong's temperament seemed to be that of an old man's. How could he accept this result? Even if the Murong family was saved, a few layers of skin would be scraped off. Su Qing-shan said, "Ren Qining isn't a god. If the Murong family doesn't want to be annihilated, they can only accept his proposal. This person, although he's not a concern this time, Prince, we probably have to pay more attention to this person in the future. This one has a premonition that this person is 10 times, 100 times more troublesome than Tan Jiji." Mo Xiaoyao had never really taken Tan Jiji seriously. Moreover, now that Princess Anqi had ascended the throne and Shu Manlin had been killed, Tan Jiji was probably hiding somewhere like a drowning dog. However, since even Su Qing-shan had taken notice of this person, Mo Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't make a small mistake. Mo Xiaoyao lowered his eyebrows and thought for a while. He frowned and said, "We've also sent people to investigate the Chu State, Xiling, and even Nanzhao. We couldn't find anything about this Ren Qining. It's as if this person appeared out of thin air. Since he's so confident that he can save the Murong family, he must have a lot of power under him. How could we not find anything?" Yili thought for a while and said, "If it's not that we didn't investigate thoroughly, then he's not even in the territory we investigated." Mo Xiaoyao was startled. Not into Chu State or Xiling. Could it be the northern tribes? No, the northern tribes are xenophobic by nature. Moreover, it's very difficult for people from the Central Plains to survive outside the pass. Then, there was a moment of silence in the room. The three of them looked at each other and said in unison, "The Northeast." The northeast of the Chu State was also called the Barbarian Land like the other borders. The people of the Central Plains called it the Northern Territory. Originally, many small tribes gathered there and fought among themselves. The Chu State had no interest in interfering, and the northern tribes had no ability to interfere. The terrain of the Northern Territory wasn't like the flat plains of the northern tribes. Instead, it was covered with mountains and forests. Ever since the Prince Ding Mansion broke away from the Chu State, the various barbarian tribes in the Northern Territory seemed to have gradually united. They even began to encroach on the borders of the Chu State. If it was in the past, Mo Xiaoyao would have already set his sights on that area. However, ever since he broke off all ties with the Chu State, Mo Xiaoyao naturally paid more attention to the northwest and the borders of the surrounding countries. He didn't want to care about the Chu State anymore. "Go investigate," Mo Xiaoyao said in a low voice. "Your subordinate obeys." Someone in the dark responded. Mo Xiaoyao's face was gloomy. "If Ren Qining dares to lead the barbarians into the pass, I want him to die without any descendants." No matter what opinions Mo Xiaoyao had about the Chu State, or even if the Chu State immediately changed dynasties, it had nothing to do with him. However, the prerequisite was that the people changing dynasties were from the Central Plains. Generations of education had ingrained in people's bones a rejection of the other races beyond the Great Wall. As the saying went, those who were not of the same race were bound to have different hearts. If the people of the Central Plains were to become the emperor, the people would happily live their own lives. However, if it was a different race, it would be completely different. Yili gently patted Mo Xiaoyao's arm. Mo Xiaoyao's gloomy expression gradually eased. He looked at Su Qingxin and smiled apologetically. "I forgot myself. Brother Su, please don't take offense." Su Qingxin smiled faintly. "Prince, you're exaggerating. I'm not too happy either." Su Qingxin had received traditional education from a young age. He was even more repulsed by the other races than Mo Xiaoyao. As a result, the Su family never intermarried with other races. Even when he was friends with Princess Anqi, Su Qingxin never hesitated when it was time to act. "Should we inform the Chu State about this?" Su Qingxin looked at Mo Xiaoyao and asked hesitantly. Mo Xiaoyao snorted softly. "Send someone to inform that idiot Mo Jingqi. Whether he believes it or not is none of I's business." Su Qingxin nodded in agreement. Since young Master Ren is so confident, I'd like to see how fast he can act. Someone, inform Crown Prince Jenim of Gojoseon and Pavilion Master Ling that we'll act tomorrow. Su Qingshun smiled coldly. Yes, sir. Once they shed all pretense of cordiality and acted, they would naturally act very quickly. Jenim of Gojoseon's order to seal up all the shops of the Murong family in West Hill. Originally, Jenim of Gojoseon did not agree to it. In this way, the West Hill's economy and people's livelihood would inevitably be greatly affected. However, young Master Qingshun said with a smile, "So your Highness wants to see Rin Qingning empty the entire Murong family before taking action?" Jenim of Gojoseon had no choice but to accept young Master Qingshun's suggestion to act in advance. If Rin Qingning was really a descendant of the previous dynasty, the Dachu State and the Prince Ding Mansion would not be the only ones who had a grudge against Rin Qingning. Back when the previous dynasty destroyed West Hill, they also had a hand in it. Chapter 552. Su Qingshun. Outside the Murong family's gate, Murong Xiong and Master Murong stared at the fairy-like man in front of them. Murong Mingyin's eyes were filled with hidden bitterness. Su Qingshun smiled gently and politely. He looked at the people in front of him and cupped his hands. Senior Murong, Master Ren. Rin Qingning's face was gloomy. He had secretly made a lot of arrangements these days, but he didn't expect Su Qingshun to act so quickly. He glanced at Jack Hinam of Gojoseon and Ling Taihan standing next to Su Qingshun and smiled. Master Qingshun is indeed extraordinary. I heard that Pavilion Master Ling and Jack Hinam of Gojoseon have some grudges. I didn't expect them to stand together today. It must be because of Master Qingshun. Su Qingshun smiled and said, "The world is bustling for profit, and the world is bustling for profit. Master Ren, you must be joking." Su Qingshun was very straightforward. It was clear that they had their eyes on the Murong family's wealth. "What are you going to do?" Master Murong stepped forward and pointed at Su Qingshun. "Master Qingshun, the Murong family has treated you well. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens for doing this?" Su Qingshun sighed helplessly. "Master Murong, please forgive me. Although I have a deep relationship with the Prince Ding Mansion, there is no reason for me to sell my body for the Prince Ding Mansion. However, if the Northwest is in trouble because of this, it is my fault. Therefore, I have no choice. I hope Master Murong can forgive me." Master Murong was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. He looked like he was about to vomit blood. Ling Taian and Lei Tingfeng couldn't help but lower their heads and laugh. They all knew the cause and effect of the matter. Su Qingshun's words were very gentle and pleasant to the ears, but in the ears of Ling Taihan and Lei Tingfeng, it was, "I don't want to marry your granddaughter, but you insist that I marry her. If I don't marry you, I will stop the Northwest business. I have no choice but to destroy your Murong family. How dare you?" Murong Xiong roared and flew towards Su Qingshun, who was standing at the front. This time, Murong Xiong was originally full of confidence when he returned to Jianghu. With his reputation and martial arts, he should have been respected and obeyed by everyone. To be able to catch his eye and marry into the Murong family was naturally a great favor and charity, but he did not expect to meet Su Qingshun, who did not know how to appreciate favors. Now, not only had the marriage failed, even the Murong family was in imminent danger. Ling Taihan and Jenim of Gojoseon's expressions changed. They both stepped in front of Su Qingshun and struck out with their palms. The shadow guard behind Su Qingshun had already pulled Su Qingshun back a dozen steps. The palms of the three people collided, and strong winds immediately spread out. The people standing around couldn't take it anymore and retreated. Ling Taian and Jenim of Gojoseon each took 2 steps back and looked at Murong Xiong, who had fallen to the ground. Ling Taihan sneered. "Senior Murong's name has been known for decades. Is it considered skill to attack someone who doesn't know martial arts? The title of the world's #1 expert isn't just an empty title, is it? How dare you?" Murong Xiong roared and did not hesitate to strike out at Ling Taihan. Ling Taihan did not know that his words had poked at Murong Xiong's sore spot. Although he had won the title of the world's #1 expert, he did not have the slightest confidence in defeating Ren Qining's grandfather, Lin Fuqin. It was just that Lin Fuqin did not fight with him and did not compete with him. Now that he heard Ling Taihan's words, it was as if he knew the truth of the past and could mock him. In fact, Murong Xiong was thinking too much. Even if Ling Taihan was ranked as one of the world's top 4 experts, he knew that there would always be someone stronger than him. In this Jianghu, there might not be no one stronger than him. The world's #1 expert was not to be trifled with. Even if Ling Taihan's martial arts had improved after his fight with Mo Xiaoyao a few days ago, he still had no chance of winning against Murong Xiong. Compared to Ling Taihan, who was being watched closely by Murong Xiong, Jinim of Gojoseon was much more relaxed. He even had the time to ponder over Ling Taihan and Murong Xiong's martial arts moves. Lung Luiyue and Sickly Scholar, who were watching from the side, saw that Ling Taihan was in a tough battle and could not help but feel anxious. Lung Luiyue raised her sword and wanted to rush up to help. Su Qingchun, who was standing beside her, stopped her. Pavilion Master Lung, it's useless for you to go up now. In this kind of battle between experts, if one was not an expert of the same level, one would only be cannon fodder. Glancing at Jinim of Gojoseon, who was watching from the side, Su Qingchun said in a clear voice, "Prince, can you defeat Senior Murong by yourself?" Jinim of Gojoseon was startled and his heart trembled. Only then did he rush up and join the battle between Ling Taihan and Murong Xiong. That's right, he had a grudge with Ling Taihan. If he could let Murong Xiong kill Ling Taihan and then kill Su Qingchun, that would be the best. But unfortunately, once Ling Taihan died, he would become Murong Xiong's next opponent. Since that was the case, he might as well get rid of the biggest threat first. The grudge between him and Ling Taihan wasn't something that happened in just 1 or 2 years. Wasn't everyone still living peacefully? With Jinim of Gojoseon joining the battle, Ling Taihan immediately let out a sigh of relief. The two of them working together to fight Murong Xiong was considered to be evenly matched. On the side, Ren Qining's expression was gloomy. He glanced at the people on the battlefield and also jumped into the battle. This time, without Su Qingchun's reminder, Lung Luiyue and Lei Tengfeng acted at the same time and restrained Ren Qining. As a result, all the important people present had already acted. Murong clan and Ren Qining's people also rushed out under the Murong clan signal. The Yanwang Chamber of Commerce and Jinim of Gojoseon's gold-robed guards behind Su Qingchun also stepped forward. They didn't want to show any weakness and engaged in close combat. The Murong clan was instantly filled with blood. "Why are you doing this to me?" Murong Mingyan looked at the chaos in front of her and walked step by step towards Su Qingchun. Her martial arts weren't very strong, but she wasn't weak either. Along the way, the people on both sides didn't really attack her. She actually rushed to Su Qingchun just like that. Su Qingchun lowered his eyes and looked at her calmly. "Miss Murong, this one said that you and I aren't suitable. Miss Murong shouldn't force me." Murong Mingyan said with tears in her eyes. So I forced you to marry me, and you destroyed my family?" "Qingchun, young Master Qingchun. Everyone says that young Master Qingchun is gentle and refined. It turns out that you're actually so ruthless." Su Qingchun smiled. "I'm sorry to disappoint Miss Murong. Su Qingchun is not a deity. Moreover, who said that deities weren't heartless? People worship them, but who had ever seen a deity show mercy? If that's the case, then die." Murong Mingyan's expression changed, and she said sternly. A cold light appeared in her hand, and a dagger stabbed towards Su Qingchun's chest. Su Qingchun's expression was calm. Even his gaze didn't change. He calmly watched as the dagger stopped a few inches away from his chest. Murong Mingyan closed her eyes and fell to the ground. The shadow guard standing beside Su Qingchun had a calm expression. He respectfully reported, "She's not dead." Su Qingchun lowered his head and glanced at Murong Mingyan, who had fainted on the ground. He nodded. The people beside him went forward and dragged her to the side. Lung Luiyue and Lei Tengfeng's martial arts weren't bad, but they were far from being a match for Ren Qining. who had won first place in the martial arts tournament. After a while, Lei Tingfeng was the first to be kicked out. Without Lei Tingfeng, Leng Luiyuan naturally couldn't do anything by herself. Originally, she wasn't good at swordsmanship. Instead, she was good at qinggong and hidden weapons. After a few rounds, she was forced to the point where she couldn't use her skills. Sickly Scholar stood on the side and watched the two people fight. He hated himself for being unable to do anything because his martial arts weren't good enough. At that moment, Leng Luiyue and Rin Qining were too close. He couldn't even use poison to help Leng Luiyue. The Yanwang Chamber's specialty was assassination. If they fought face to face, they would be at a disadvantage. Su Qingshun looked at the situation in front of him and frowned. With a wave of his hand, for black shadows rushed over and surrounded Rin Qining. Leng Luiyue took the opportunity to retreat from the battle. Once these four people joined in, the situation immediately turned around. In terms of martial arts, none of them could compare to Rin Qining. In fact, they couldn't even compare to Leng Luiyue. However, when they attacked at the same time, their attacks were direct and without any fancy moves. They coordinated perfectly as if they had practiced thousands of times. It immediately made Rin Qining a little flustered. Leng Luiyue coughed lightly and wiped away the blood on her lips. She praised, "Prince Ding Mansion's Qi Lin really lives up to his reputation." Leng Luiyue had also dealt with the Prince Ding Mansion's shadow guard before. Naturally, she could see that these four people were completely different from the shadow guard. She casually thought about it and figured out the identity of these people. Su Qingshan was also very satisfied. Li was right. If they could take down Mu Qingsong, one of the four masters in the world, it wouldn't be difficult to take down Rin Qining. Rin Qining's side couldn't be finished in a short time. Everyone's eyes turned to Murong Xiong's side. Leng Luiyue and Sickly Scholar had seen the fight between Ling Taian and Imo Xiaoyao a few days ago. Looking at the three people fighting in front of them, it wasn't as exciting as the fight between Ling Taihan and Imo Xiaoyao that day. Although they couldn't see the moves clearly, they could clearly feel the sword qi and fighting spirit. However, the three people in front of them didn't move quickly. At least they could see it clearly. Their moves weren't exquisite, but when they fought, their palms hit the flesh. Their sword qi was everywhere. This was a fighting style that wanted to kill people. Ling Taian and Jinim of Gojoseon had a knot in their hearts. Therefore, the two of them didn't have good teamwork. With Murong Xiong's rich experience, how could he not see it? He found an opportunity to take advantage of a loophole. First, he sent Ling Taian flying with one palm. Then, he focused on dealing with Jinim of Gojoseon. Jinim of Gojoseon couldn't last more than 1 or 200 moves before he was defeated. Murong Xiong looked coldly at Ling Taian and Jinim of Gojoseon, one sitting and one standing, both injured. He sneered, "Two juniors want to compete with your father?" Ling Taian looked at him coldly. Their injuries weren't light, but Murong Xiong wasn't unharmed either. It was just that his injuries weren't heavy compared to theirs. Murong Xiong didn't care about Rin Qining's side. Instead, he looked at Su Qingshun and sneered, "Surnamed Su, what do you think now? You want to rely on these two brats to destroy my Murong family? You're being too whimsical." Chapter 553. Murong Xiong was shocked and angry. Although he had never seen Imo Xiaoyao before, he knew that Prince Ding had a head of white hair. Moreover, there were only a handful of people in the world who could block his full-strength attack. Other than Prince Ding, Imo Xiaoyao could not possibly be this white-haired man. Jinim of Gojoseon looked at the white-clothed man standing in front of him with a complicated expression. However, he had to admit that Imo Xiaoyao's sudden appearance made him secretly relieved. He turned to look at Su Qingshun and said, "Young Master Qingshun, you have a good plan. To be able to arrive so coincidentally, Imo Xiaoyao definitely did not just arrive in the city. However, he did not appear in front of everyone. Clearly, he was a hidden card left behind by Su Qingshun. No wonder Su Qingshun dared to provoke the #1 expert in the world despite his lack of strength. Su Qingshun smiled faintly and did not reply. Jinim of Gojoseon saw this and turned to Mo Xiaoyao. Prince Ding is quite timely. Wouldn't it have been better if he had arrived a little later and caused both sides to suffer? Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently. Just now there were over 100 experts coming this way. It took some time, and we were almost late. I'm very sorry. Only then did everyone notice that Mo Xiaoyao's white clothes were stained with blood. The blood had not turned black yet. It was obvious that it had been stained not long ago. Rin Xining, who was still fighting with 4 Qilin guards, heard Mo Xiaoyao's words, and her expression changed. Her arm was almost cut off. It's good that you're here. Ling Taihan stood up and said. Su Qingshun frowned. Many people came. He knew that Rin Xining must have other plans. That was why he asked Mo Xiaoyao to cut off the road to the Morong family. A few hundred guards were still manageable. However, for Mo Xiaoyao to call them experts, they must not be simple. Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, Don't worry. Li Li and Mo Jingli are handling it. I came over first to take a look. Young Master Rin, why don't you stop? Rin Xining frowned and flew out of the battle circle. Just now, he knew that although these people looked ordinary, they were very difficult to deal with. If he had Murong Xiong's ability to kill in one hit, he wouldn't have to worry. But if he didn't, he could only be entangled by them and slowly exhaust his internal energy until he was defeated. As soon as he retreated, the 4 Qilin did not chase after him. Instead, they all retreated to Su Qingshun's side and protected her. Rin Xining looked around and said with a bitter smile, This one has eyes but cannot see. I have met many times and did not recognize Prince Ding and Wang Fei. This defeat is not undeserved. These words confirmed that Mo Xiaoyao had indeed arrived in the city a long time ago. Mo Xiaoyao smiled without any sincerity and nodded slightly. I originally just wanted to walk around and join in the fun. I didn't expect young Master Rin to make I feel so surprised and could only stay for a few more days. Isn't today's matter a coincidence? So, if you didn't act smart and send people to follow me, I would have left long ago. So today's defeat is also because you asked for it. Rin Xining understood the meaning behind Mo Xiaoyao's words, and his face became even uglier. You're Prince Ding? Murong Xiong stared at Mo Xiaoyao and asked in a low voice. Mo Xiaoyao raised his head and said proudly, That is I. Murong Xiong could be considered a figure in Jianghu, but the Prince Ding mansion had never lacked geniuses. Every generation of Prince Ding was a stunning figure. How could Mo Xiaoyao pay attention to someone like Murong Xiong who didn't know anything other than martial arts? Murong Xiong sneered. What a good Prince Ding. This old man wants to see what kind of ability you have. The sword in Mo Xiaoyao's hand trembled and he smiled faintly. Why don't you try? Pavilion Master Ling, can you still move? While they were talking, Ling Taihan and Jinim of Gojoseon took the opportunity to adjust their breathing. Hearing Mo Xiaoyao's words, they immediately moved their feet. The three of them formed a triangle around Murong Xiong. At this time, no one wanted to overestimate themselves and fight Murong Xiong one-on-one. Moreover, apart from Ling Taihan, the other two weren't people of Jianghu. Naturally, they couldn't be expected to follow the rules of Jianghu. Killing the opponent was the most important thing. Rin Xining suddenly intervened and stood in front of Jinim of Gojoseon. He smiled and said, The three of you, it's fine if it's 2 against 1, but 3 against 1 is unsightly. Why don't I experience a few moves from Jinim of Gojoseon? Mo Xiaoyao smiled. Young Master Run, please do as you wish. After saying this, he didn't pay attention to the others and waved his sword. A biting cold light flashed towards Murong Xiong. Ling Taihan didn't hold back either. He waved his sword and sword chi surged. The two of them worked together much better than Jinim of Gojoseon. Even Murong Xiong wasn't as relaxed as he was. On the other side, Rin Xining naturally began to fight with Jinim of Gojoseon. On the road to the Murong clan, there was also a bloody and chaotic battle. One side of the battle wore the clothes of ordinary people and used all kinds of weapons. However, each of them had extraordinary skills. On the other side, Mo Jingli's bodyguards were faintly unable to stop them. Mo Jingli swung his sword and killed an enemy. He felt a strong wind coming from behind his head and hurriedly wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Just as he saw a long sword stabbing towards his chest, a white shadow flitted past. The sword that was hurriedly stabbing toward his chest paused. Mo Jingli quickly dodged, and when he turned back, he saw that the person had fallen to the ground. Not far away, the plain-clothed woman was graceful, but her methods were swift and fierce. Her moves were simple and clear. In the blink of an eye, there were 3 or 4 corpses lying in front of her. Mo Jingli was stunned. He looked at Yili with a complicated expression. Yili slashed a person's neck with her sword. When she turned around, she saw Mo Jingli standing behind her and looking at her in a daze. She couldn't help but frown and say, "Your Highness Princely, how can you be distracted even on the battlefield?" Only then did Mo Jingli come back to his senses. He looked at Yili strangely and said, "How can you be like this?" Yili was speechless and rolled her eyes at the sky. She couldn't understand what Mo Jingli wanted to say. She turned around and the dagger in her hand flashed coldly. She cut off an enemy's wrist, but Mo Jingli pulled her back again. Yili frowned. She looked angrily at Mo Jingli and said angrily, "What do you want to do?" On the side, the shadow guard and Qi Lin of the Princeton mansion saw their Wang Fei being held back by Prince Li and approached Yili with interest. They separated the enemies around the two. Yili saw the situation and took a deep breath. She pushed aside Mo Jingli's hand and said in a deep voice, "Prince Li, if you have something to say, can't you wait until after this is over?" Mo Jingli looked at her and was silent inside. "When this is over, can I find you to talk to?" Mo Jingli had never thought that he, as a prince, needed to charge in a battle like a normal soldier. So when his subordinates were still fighting, he didn't feel any shame in standing here and gossiping. Mo Jingli stared at Yili and said, "You never told me that you were so skilled." Yili heard the hidden condemnation and rolled her eyes. She really had enough of Mo Jingli's old words. It was as though every time they met, he would bring up the same topic. It was as though she had wronged him. "What does my skills have to do with you, Prince?" During the time the two were facing off, the people of the Princeton mansion and Prince Li worked together to finish off their opponents. Yili was too lazy to pay attention to Mo Jingli, who was going crazy. She turned and headed back to the Morong family. Chapter 554. Before she could turn around, she saw a group of people approaching. Yili couldn't help but frown. Ren Qining couldn't have hidden so many people near in city without anyone noticing. Mo Jingli glanced at them and said, "It's Imperial Brother." It was indeed Mo Jingqi and his group of highly skilled guards. Yili frowned. They didn't bring many people with them this time, so they chose to work with Mo Jingli to intercept Ren Qining's people. Of course, this was because Mo Jingli had taken advantage of many of the Murong family's businesses into Chu State. On the other hand, although Mo Jingli wasn't a reliable person, Yili still felt that this person had a bottom line compared to the sometimes calm and sometimes crazy Mo Jingqi. She didn't expect that Mo Jingqi, who cherished his life so much, didn't leave when his city was obviously in chaos. Instead, he brought people to the Morong family. "What is he doing here now?" Mo Jingli laughed coldly. "What else can I do?" "Naturally, he's here to loot a burning house." Yili smiled coldly. "Loot a burning house? Who could he rob?" As they spoke, Mo Jingqi had already walked in with his people. When he saw Mo Jingli, his originally smiling face became gloomy and distorted when he saw Yili. "Princess Ding, why are you here?" Yili smiled faintly. "In city is Shiling's territory. The people of Shiling have never said that they don't want me here. Why can't I be here?" Mo Jingqi's eyes were probing. "Since Princess Ding is here, then Prince Ding is naturally here too?" Yili smiled and said, "Does Emperor Chu want to have tea with our prince?" Mo Jingqi looked at Yi Li and the guards beside her. His eyes flashed, and he turned to Mo Jingli and asked, "Why is Imperial Brother here?" Mo Jingli solemnly said, "I came to join the fun and happened to run into Princess Ding. Isn't Imperial Brother here as well?" Mo Jingqi said, "Is that so?" From his tone, it was clear that he did not believe Mo Jingli's explanation. Mo Jingli knew that Mo Jingqi was suspecting that he might be in cahoots with Mo Xiaoyao. He didn't explain, nodding and saying seriously, "Yes, I have to go to the Morong family first. If Prince Li and Emperor Chu still have things to say, I will take my leave first." Yi Li smiled faintly. Mo Jingli said, "I also have to go to the Morong family. Let's go to Ba together." "Imperial Brother," Mo Jingqi said in a low voice, "of course I have to go and take a look." As he said this, his gaze kept lingering on Yi Li. Yi Li didn't care and walked casually beside Mo Jingli. She didn't care about Mo Jingqi's expression and talked with Mo Jingli as they walked towards the Morong family. Mo Jingqi walked alone on the other side. His gaze sweeping over the two of them was dark and cold, causing them to tremble in fear. Yi Li glanced indifferently at Mo Jingqi, who was staring at her from time to time. She obviously knew what Mo Jingqi was thinking. He was thinking about whether or not he could use her to threaten Mo Xiaoyao. Unfortunately, she wouldn't give him the chance. She glanced at Mo Jingli, who was only a step away from her. If Mo Jingqi wanted to make a move, Mo Jingli and his bodyguards would become her best shields. Furthermore, with Mo Jingqi's personality, he wouldn't dare to make a move before he knew which side Mo Jingli was on. When they arrived at the Morong family, the large-scale battle had already ended. In the open space in front of the Morong family's gate, only Mo Xiaoyao and a few others were fighting fiercely. Powerful sword chi and palm chi flew in all directions, smashing the surrounding trees and even the eaves. It was a complete mess. "Big brother." Yi Li walked to Su Qingshan's side and said softly. Su Qingshan glanced at Mo Jingli and Mo Jingqi, who were following behind Yi Li, then looked at the blood that had accidentally splattered on her body. He couldn't help but sigh. After carefully sizing up Yi Li, he asked softly, "Is Li injured?" Yi Li shook her head and said, "Big brother, don't worry. Li isn't injured. How long have they been fighting?" Su Qingshan muttered to himself for a moment, then frowned and said, "It's been 2 hours." Yi Li said, "Xiaoyao has also met Murong Xiong before. Since he said that he and Pavilion Master Ling can deal with Murong Xiong together, there shouldn't be any problems. However, we have to prevent Genom of Gojoseon from taking advantage of the situation after the battle." Su Qingshan nodded and smiled. "I also have the same thoughts. So, let Genom of Gojoseon and Ren Qining fight for a while longer." Genom of Gojoseon had already been injured when he fought with Murong Xiong before, and his injuries were even more serious than Ling Taiyan's. If he fought with Ren Qining again, his vitality would be greatly damaged, and he wouldn't have the energy to do anything else. Therefore, Su Qingshan watched the battle for a long time and didn't have the slightest intention of asking Qi Lin to help Genom of Gojoseon. Mo Xiaoyao still couldn't see it, but the battle between Ren Qining and Genom of Gojoseon was about to end. As Su Qingshan and Yi Li spoke, the two of them simultaneously sent out a palm strike with all their strength. Then, they both retreated 7 or 8 steps before stabilizing their bodies. Ren Qining's face was pale. He furrowed his brows and finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Even though Genom of Gojoseon didn't spit out blood, there was a trickle of blood at the corner of his lips, and his body swayed. Lei Tingfeng hurriedly went forward to support him. Ren Qining and Genom of Gojoseon were almost 20 years apart in age. Even though Genom of Gojoseon was injured first, it was enough for Ren Qining to be proud that the two of them were able to fight to a draw. "Fuang, how are you?" Lei Tingfeng supported Genom of Gojoseon and asked with concern. Genom of Gojoseon waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. He raised his head to look at Ren Qining and said, "Ren Gongzi is very skilled." Ren Qining's injuries weren't light either. He forced a smile and said, "Prince overpraises me." He glanced to the side and saw Yili standing next to Su Qingchen. He grimaced helplessly and said, "This one was blind and didn't recognize Prince Ding and Wang Fei. This time, I've really been busy." That was why it was said that it wasn't good to be too shallow. It wasn't good to be too mysterious. If one didn't want to be understood by others, if one hid too deeply, they would lose the opportunity to interact with others. If it was Lei Tingfeng, Imo Jingli, or Tan Jiji, if they encountered Imo Xiaoyao and Yi Li on the road, even if they didn't recognize them on the spot, they would still be able to recognize them if they thought about it carefully. After all, the art of disguise wasn't so good that it could change a person's appearance completely. But it was a pity that Ren Qining had never seen Imo Xiaoyao and Yi Li before. Even if he had seen pictures of them, the pictures in this era were very abstract and freehand. If they weren't wearing the same clothes, he probably wouldn't have recognized them, even if he saw them face to face. If Ren Qining had known that the people he encountered were Imo Xiaoyao and Yi Li, he definitely wouldn't have underestimated them and acted so carelessly. Yi Li didn't feel anything towards Ren Qining's frustration. She smiled and said, "Gongzi is too polite. This consort and Prince didn't think that we would meet someone like Gongzi. It's an honor to meet you, Lin Gongzi." Ren Qining's eyes narrowed, and he stared closely at Yi Li. He smiled faintly and turned his gaze towards Imo Xiaoyao and the others who were still fighting. At this time, the fight had already reached its most critical point. The spectators couldn't help but hold their breaths. Imo Xiaoyao and Ling Taian looked at each other and stood up at the same time. One in front and one behind, they stabbed towards Murong Xiong. Murong Xiong was pincered by the two of them and was also under great pressure. Mo Xiaoyao and Ling Taian working together was several times more difficult to deal with than Genom of Gojoseon. Both of them used swords. Ling Taihan's swordsmanship was steady and wide, with the style of a great master. Imo Xiaoyao's swordsmanship was swift and fierce. His sword moved from the side, making people unable to avoid him. Even Murong Xiong couldn't help but admit that these two people were heavenly geniuses. If they were in the same era as him, their achievements would be even greater than his. More importantly, when the two of them were fighting, when one of them attacked with all his strength, the other would take the opportunity to rest, and vice versa. Murong Xiong knew that they wanted to prolong the fight to exhaust his martial arts, but he couldn't break through this situation. When the two swords stabbed towards him, Murong Xiong already felt a trace of fatigue. However, he wasn't willing to let these two arrogant juniors go. He leaned to one side and separated his palms to attack the two of them. Imo Xiaoyao and Ling Taihan clenched their teeth. Instead of retreating, they advanced and stabbed their swords towards Murong Xiong without any hesitation. Of course, Murong Xiong's two palms also landed on their bodies. The two of them were sent flying at the same time. Even their swords fell from their hands. "Xiaoyao, big brother!" Yi Li and Lung Luiwei exclaimed at the same time. They flew forward to support Imo Xiaoyao and Ling Taihan, who had fallen. They couldn't see clearly because of the fight from afar. Now they saw that Imo Xiaoyao was covered in sweat. Even his silver hair was wet. Ling Taihan's face was also pale. The back of his blue robe was completely dyed dark blue. The hand that was holding the sword was also trembling slightly. Yi Li repeatedly called out, "Xiaoyao, Xiaoyao, how are you?" Imo Xiaoyao took a breath and then smiled at Yi Li comfortingly. "I'm fine. My sword stabbed him first." If it wasn't for the fact that Murong Xiong had lost a lot of internal energy, the two of them would have been injured even more. At least Imo Xiaoyao still had the energy to provoke Ling Taihan. "Last time you won. This time I won." Ling Taihan helplessly smiled. "This time you won." Everyone looked at Murong Xiong, who had also fallen to the ground. His injuries were much worse than Imo Xiaoyao's and Ling Taihan's. Imo Xiaoyao's sword had directly pierced through his chest. Ling Taihan's sword had also slashed across his waist. His entire upper body was dyed dark red with blood. Yi Li saw clearly that Imo Xiaoyao's sword had directly pierced through his heart. It was already very shocking that Murong Xiong was still breathing, but it was clear that he wouldn't be able to survive. Thinking about how, if Imo Xiuyao's sword hadn't pierced through Murong Xiong's heart, even if Murong Xiong was killed by Ling Taihan, his injuries would have been even worse. After that, even if Murong Xiong didn't have the strength to kill the two of them, killing one of them would be more than enough. Thinking of this, Yili couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. However, what Yili didn't know was that Imo Xiuyao and Ling Taihan had been forced to take such a risk. The two of them had indeed planned to first exhaust Murong Xiong's internal energy and then kill him. However, Murong Xiong's internal energy was more profound than theirs by nearly 50 years. Murong Xiong had consumed a lot of his internal energy, but the two of them had consumed a lot more. If they couldn't kill him in one blow, who knew who would be the one to wear out who in the end? Murong Xiong couldn't stop coughing. Blood had already spilled out his mouth. He stared unwillingly at Imo Xiuyao and Ling Taihan and sternly said, "Good. Good, Prince Ding. Good Yin Wang, Chambers Lord. I didn't think this old man would actually..." The unparalleled expert of the past had actually died at the hands of two juniors. Before Murong Xiong could finish what he wanted to say, he died with his eyes wide open. Everyone present was silent. Murong Xiong could be said to be one of the strongest martial artists in the world today. The decline of a generation of experts always made people feel a bit sad. Rin Qining, who was standing on the side, couldn't help but change his expression. He suddenly jumped towards Murong Xiong, who was hiding in the corner. Under everyone's gaze, he didn't hesitate to cut Murong Xiong's throat with his sword. Murong Xiong hadn't recovered from his uncle's death before he also lost his life. After killing Murong Xiong, Rin Qining's expression became better. He smiled at Imo Xiuyao and Jinim of Gojoseon and said, "Prince Ding, Jinim of Gojoseon, how do the two of you plan to obtain Murong Xiong's property?" Jinim of Gojoseon frowned and said, "What does young master mean?" Su Qinchan sighed somewhat helplessly. "Presumably, the real gold and silver accumulated by Murong Xiong for dozens of generations is already in young Master Ren's hands, right?" Murong Xiong couldn't touch the shops, trade routes, and farmland of Murong Xiong. What was left was the countless gold and silver accumulated by dozens of generations. Rin Qining smiled and said, "Young Master Qingshan is really wise. Speaking of which, this one is lucky. If it wasn't for this, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to leave in city alive today." After killing Murong Xiong, only he knew the whereabouts of these treasures. This was his protective talisman. Chapter 555. Prince Ding, Jinim of Gojoseon. How do the two of you plan to obtain the Murong family's property? Faced with this sudden change, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Jinim of Gojoseon pushed away Lei Tongfeng's hand and coldly stared at Rin Qining. What does young Master Rin want to do? For the sake of the Murong family, the price and energy he spent far exceeded that of Imo Xiuyao and Su Qinchan. Therefore, he couldn't tolerate the cooked duck flying away like this. Imo Xiuyao was still lying on the ground, unable to get up. He leaned his head against Yi Li's chest and lazily looked at Rin Qining. "I already said that I only came to join in the fun, so I really did come to join in the fun. The matter of the Murong family's property, I don't have the final say." Murong Xiong, that old fellow is very powerful. Li, your husband's injury is very serious. Seeing his pale face but smiling at her as usual, Yi Li's heart ached. Is it very painful? Let's immediately go back and call a doctor. Although Imo Xiuyao said that he was seriously injured, other than Ling Taiyan, no one really thought that he was seriously injured. Looking at the person half lying on the ground, the vigilance in their eyes became even stronger. Hearing Imo Xiuyao's words, Rin Qining raised her eyebrows and looked at Su Qinchan. She smiled and said, "Then what does young Master Qingshan say?" Su Qingshan looked down and indifferently smiled. The Murong family doesn't belong to the Princeton mansion. At most, it can be considered a windfall. Don't look at the blood flowing like a river this time. In fact, other than Mo Xiaoyao receiving an unknown injury, the Princeton mansion didn't suffer any losses. The people who took action were either Genom of Gojoseon, Yanwang Chamber of Commerce, or Mo Jingli's men. The Princeton mansion did not bring many people, so the number of sacrifices was naturally limited. Moreover, even if they didn't have anything else, at least all of the Murong family's properties in the northwest and half of the Dechu state's properties have been taken over by the Princeton mansion. Even if they couldn't get the remaining property, the Princeton mansion wouldn't suffer a loss. Hearing this, Ren Qining's face darkened. He smiled faintly and said, I remember that I have never offended young Master Qin Shun or the Princeton mansion. Can we part on good terms? His biggest bargaining chip now was the Murong family's wealth, but if the Princeton mansion wasn't interested in this, then his chance to escape. Moreover, even if young Master Qin isn't interested, I wonder if Genom of Gojoseon, Pavilion Master Ling, Emperor Chu, and Prince Li are also not interested. Ren Qining's gaze turned to the others. He smiled and said, Speaking of which, it's a coincidence that you are a little late. The Murong family is indeed a century-old family with wealth comparable to that of a country. I'm afraid that the combined wealth of the West Hill and the Dechu states' national treasuries can't compare. As expected, the others' expressions changed slightly. Ling Taihan was still fine. He held Lung Luiyue and Sickly Scholar's hands and stood up. He glanced at Su Qinshan and said, Whatever young Master Qinshan means, I mean it. Genom of Gojoseon, what do you say? Su Qinshan asked. Genom of Gojoseon hesitated for a moment and said, Speaking of which, young Master Ren has nothing to do with the West Hill. Genom of Gojoseon's meaning was self-evident. Mo Jingqi's gaze slowly swept past Mo Xiaoyao and Yili. He suddenly laughed and said, Genom of Gojoseon is right. Moreover, young Master Ren didn't do anything. If something happened in the West Hill, who would dare to come to the West Hill? Young Master Ren and I hit it off at first sight. Why don't we go back and have a drink together? Actually, the most talkative person present was Mo Jingqi. The others had more or less experienced a fierce battle. Only Mo Jingqi and the hundreds of experts around him hadn't fought. Looking at Mo Xiaoyao, who was leaning against Yi Li, Mo Jingqi's eyes were filled with resentment, fear, and unwillingness. He wasn't sure how serious Mo Xiaoyao's injuries were. He also didn't dare to bet that his subordinates wouldn't be able to kill him. Therefore, he didn't dare to act rashly. If it was someone else, Mo Jingqi might have given it a try. However, the person who was injured was Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Jingqi didn't dare to do so. Back then, Mo Xiaoyao's injuries were so severe that many imperial physicians had said that he wouldn't live past a month. However, he managed to survive. Many people said that he wouldn't recover in his lifetime. However, in less than 10 years, he was standing in front of Genom of Gojoseon again. His martial arts were even better than before. Faintly, Mo Jingqi had a strange thought in his mind. Mo Xiaoyao can't be killed. Su Qinshan sighed helplessly. He glanced at Mo Jingqi, who was looking at him provocatively. The ruler of a country could provoke a strategist from Glass City and still be so arrogant. How promising. I understand the intentions of Genom of Gojoseon and Emperor Chu. Since that's the case, young Master Run, hand over the whereabouts of the Murong family's treasures. Before you leave Xiling, the Princeton mansion won't make things difficult for you. In other words, once he left Xiling, things might not be the same. He nodded and smiled. Thank you for your mercy, young Master Qinshan. As long as he left Xiling, no, as long as he left in city, there would be people who would come to his aid. When that time comes, he wouldn't necessarily be afraid of the Princeton mansion. However, it seemed like he couldn't keep the treasures that he had obtained with great difficulty. Fortunately, he wasn't completely unprepared. Everyone present was a powerful figure. Naturally, they wouldn't go back on their word on this kind of matter. Ren Qining straightforwardly handed over the address and account book of the Murong family's treasure. The gold and silver accumulated by more than 10 generations of Murong family heads was indeed astonishing. After confirming that it was indeed the Murong family's treasure, Ren Qining didn't care about how they were going to divide it. He cleanly bid them farewell. After all, it wouldn't be his turn to divide it. Before Ren Qining left, he took with him the last surviving descendant of the Murong family, Murong Mingyan. According to the original agreement with Jinim of Gojoseon, the Prince Ding Mansion would get 30% of the Murong family's property, the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce would get 10%, and the rest would go to Jinim of Gojoseon. Mo Jingqi only got a portion that Ren Qining specially gave him. Although he was jealous of Mo Xiuyao and Jinim of Gojoseon, he still remembered that this was under someone else's roof, so he didn't say anything. As for Mo Jingli, he had another agreement with the Prince Ding Mansion. Naturally, it had nothing to do with the Murong family's property. When Yi Li and the others returned to Qingyuan Inn, the entire inn was already empty. From the shopkeeper to the cleaning staff, everyone had disappeared. Yi Li and the others already knew that Qingyuan Inn was related to Ren Qining, so they weren't too surprised. For safety's sake, they all moved to the inn that Su Qingshan was temporarily staying at. Jinim of Gojoseon left Lei Tongfeng to deal with the aftermath and rushed back to the Emperor of Xiling City on the same day. Mo Xiuyao's injuries really weren't light. He was forced by Yi Li to lie on the bed to recuperate and couldn't get out of bed to move. For Mo Xiuyao, lying on the bed to recuperate was more painful than killing him. However, Yi Li had been frightened by his injuries and ordered him to stay on the bed to rest. Therefore, Master Prince Ding became even more persistent in pestering Wang Fei to accompany him to recuperate. Master Qing Chen's face became uglier by the day as he worked outside. Reporting to Prince Wang Fei, Emperor Chu and Li Wang have come. The guard outside the door reported. Mo Xiuyao, who was lazily lying on the bed with his head raised as Yi Li fed him fruit, frowned and said impatiently, "What have they come for?" The guard outside stilled. How could he know why those two had come to find the prince? But this didn't affect the displeasure in his prince's tone. He hurriedly asked, should this subordinate invite them back? The room was quiet for a while before Yi Li's voice came. Invite Emperor Chu and Li Wang in. Chapter 556. The door to the room opened. Mo Jingqi and Mo Jingli entered together. Within the room, the screen separating the inner and outer rooms had already been removed. As soon as the two entered, they saw Mo Xiuyao half reclining on the bed. His white hair was casually scattered on the bed, and his white robes made him appear particularly cold and distant. Yi Li sat on the edge of the bed, casually putting down the apple she had just peeled. Nodding her head, she smiled and said, "Emperor Chu, Prince of Li, please sit." The two silently sat down. The imperial bodyguards were standing guard outside, and Yi Li was being held back by Mo Xiuyao. Naturally, they could not expect anyone to serve them tea. Fortunately, the two were not here to drink tea. Mo Xiuyao glanced at the two, asking, "What business do you have with I at this time?" Such a casual tone was nothing in Mo Jingli's ears. However, in Mo Jingqi's ears, it was completely different. When Mo Xiuyao was still in the Chu capital, he would never have used such a casual and perfunctory tone to speak to him. Even if the politeness and submission in his tone were fake, he would at least put on an act. However, right now, Mo Xiuyao's tone was as if the person in front of him was not the monarch of a country, but a random cat or dog. If he was happy, he would say a few words, and if he was unhappy, he would ignore him. Seeing that Mo Jingqi was about to fly into a rage, Mo Jingli inadvertently coughed lightly and asked, "Imperial brother, don't you have something to ask Prince Ding?" Although he also found Mo Xiuyao displeasing to the eye, it had to be said that seeing his imperial brother's face darken with anger, Mo Jingqi felt rather happy. Mo Jingqi took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. Staring at Mo Xiuyao, he asked, Where did Princess Changle go? Mo Xiaoyao looked doubtfully at Mo Jingqi. Only after quite a while did he lightly scoff. Indifferently, he asked, Princess Changle is your daughter. How would I know where she went? Mo Jingqi sneered. Changle went missing in the Nanzhao Palace. Who else could it be but you? Mo Xiaoyao's lips curled up, his tone mocking. That's right. Princess Changle went missing from the Nanzhao Palace. How would I know why she went to the Nanzhao Palace? How would I know when she went to the Nanzhao Palace? Mo Jingqi, your daughter is missing and you come to ask me for her. Are you going to ask I for her one day when your dragon throne is gone? You. Mo Jingqi's complexion alternated between green and white. Finally, unable to restrain himself, he slapped the table and stood up, glaring angrily at Mo Xiaoyao. How could Mo Xiaoyao take Mo Jingqi's anger seriously? Lying back on the soft pillow, he gazed impatiently at Yi Li. Li, I'm hungry. Yi Li helplessly picked up an apple from the side, cutting it into small pieces and feeding it to him. Mo Xiaoyao ate happily, not forgetting to share with Yi Li. Li too. The food that Lei Tingfeng sent over is not bad. Seeing the two people before him acting as if there was no one else present, Mo Jingqi was so angry that his hair stood on end, but there was nothing he could do. He could only leave in a huff. Seeing that he was about to leave, Mo Xiaoyao gave him a look and said, Wait. Mo Jingqi gritted his teeth and said, What else do you want to say? Mo Xiaoyao looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. After thinking for a bit, he said, It's rare for you to specially visit I, so I'll tell you a piece of good news for free. Speaking of which, the Ren Gongzi that you met a few days ago is the current commander of the northern region, the orphan of the previous dynasty, Lin Yuan. This news immediately made Mo Jingqi dizzy, unable to recover for a long time. Mo Jingli frowned and said, If Ren Qining is Lin Yuan, then who is Tan Jiji? Mo Xiaoyao shrugged, indicating that he didn't know. Mo Jingqi laughed coldly and said, You think I'll believe your nonsense? Although he said this, Mo Jingqi's heart was faintly shaken. This was because he knew that Mo Xiaoyao wouldn't use this kind of thing to tease him. Seeing Mo Xiaoyao's slightly mocking expression, Mo Jingqi hated that he couldn't find a hole to hide in. The Tan Jiji that he trusted was a remnant of the previous dynasty, and the Ren Qining that he had just saved 2 days ago was also a remnant of the previous dynasty. If this spread out, where would he put his face as the emperor? He couldn't be bothered to argue with Mo Xiaoyao anymore. Mo Jingqi's face darkened as he flicked his sleeves and left. Mo Jingli was a step slower than him, walking behind him. He hesitantly turned around to look at Mo Xiaoyao and asked, Ren Qining really? Mo Xiaoyao laughed disdainfully and said, I don't have candy to eat if I lie to you. Mo Jingqi, that trash, didn't hear anything when someone else was tampering with the land of the Dechu state. In these few years, Ren Qining has taken over the entire northern region, and his hands have already reached the Dechu state. What is that trash doing? This is also good, lest one day I can't stand it anymore and destroy him first. You tell Mo Jingqi that when he becomes the emperor of 10,000 countries, I will send him a sword on behalf of Emperor Taizu to help him die for his country. Mo Jingli was speechless. He turned around and walked out. Outside the door, Mo Jingqi clearly heard Mo Xiaoyao's words. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling, but he couldn't turn around and confront Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Jingli's eyes darkened. He stepped forward and said, Imperial brother, we should return to the capital. Mo Jingqi coldly snorted, flicked his sleeves, and left. Mo Xiaoyao recuperated for nearly half a month before leaving in city with Yi Li. As for the capable young Master Qing Shun, he had already returned early. Before leaving, Ling Taian also brought his 2 sworn sisters and sworn brother to say goodbye. After Pavilion Master Ling fought with Mo Xiaoyao and Murong Xiong twice in a row, he seemed to have realized something and decided to go back and practice in seclusion. And city, which was originally bustling with noise and excitement, had already gradually quieted down. When Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao left, only Lei Tingfeng came to see them off. He still had to stay in city to clean up the mess left behind by the Murong clan's destruction. In comparison, although the Prince Ding mansion didn't achieve its goal, it was the most profitable. Because they didn't have to pay anything, all they got was net profit. They didn't even have to clean up the mess. The two of them traveled slowly. By the time they returned to the northwest, it was already the end of September, close to October. Just as they returned to Glass City, they hadn't even entered the Grand Prince Ding mansion when a white and tender little bun, wearing an ink-colored brocade, rushed out guiltily. Mo Xiaobao hugged Yi Li and cried earth-shatteringly, "Woo-woo-woo! Mother, your words don't count. Woo-woo! You clearly said that you would come to see Xiaobao the next day. Woo-wah! Mother doesn't want Xiaobao anymore. Xiaobao is a child that no one wants. Woo-woo!" Yi Li couldn't help but frown. Who taught this child all these messy things? But looking at the tearful little bun, even Xiaobao, who usually hated being called the most, came out. It could be seen that he was really sad. Ever since Mo Xiaobao was born, she had always kept him by her side. This was the first time she left for such a long time. Seeing her son crying to the point of hiccups, Yi Li hurriedly lowered her head and kissed his teary little face. She said softly, "I'm sorry, Mother was wrong. How can Mother not want Xiaobao? Xiaobao is Mother's precious darling." Being kissed by Mother in front of so many people, Mo Xiaobao still felt a little embarrassed. His little face immediately turned red like an apple. But he really missed Mother. In the end, Mo Xiaobao, who couldn't bear to leave Mother, buried his little face in Mother's shoulder. His two little hands tightly hugged Yi Li's neck, unwilling to let go. "Mother, Xiaobao misses Mother." Yi Li looked at Mo Xiaobao's white and tender face, his big watery eyes. Her heart softened like a ball of cotton. "Mother also misses Xiaobao. Then Mother will not want Xiaobao anymore?" Mo Xiaobao looked at Yi Li with eager eyes. Yi Li suddenly had no resistance. "Mother will never not want Xiaobao. Mother is the best. Xiaobao loves Mother." Smack! Mo Xiaobao cheerfully gave Yi Li a few longing kisses. The people who came to receive them saw their little Shitzi and Wang Fei talking about their longing after a long separation. At the same time, they saw their prince standing at the side with a dark face. After a while, Mo Xiaobao was still grabbing his mother to talk about his longing and grievances. Mo Xiaoyao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He bent down and lifted Mo Xiaobao from Yi Li's arms. "Mother!" Being lifted by the collar by Mo Xiaoyao, Mo Xiaobao kicked his little legs in displeasure as he begged Mother for help. "Xiaoyao!" Yi Li looked disapprovingly at Mo Xiaoyao. It wasn't good to always lift a child by the collar. What if Xiaobao was hurt? Mo Xiaoyao quickly changed the way he carried Mo Xiaobao that Yi Li could accept. He held Mo Xiaobao in his arms and looked with a smile at his son, whose eyes were darting around as he said, "Son, Fuwang also misses you very much. Do you not miss Fuwang at all when you see me?" Mo Xiaobao bared his teeth at him at a place where Yi Li couldn't see. He didn't want to hate Fuwang. It was good if Fuwang didn't come back often. Then no one would steal Mother from him. But in front of Yi Li, Mo Xiaobao could only obediently nod his head and say, "This child also misses Fuwang." Bending down, he kissed Mo Xiaoyao's face. Mo Xiaoyao, whose face was covered in saliva, was stunned. Then looking at the little thing in his arms with a mischievous smile, Mo Xiaoyao resisted the urge to throw the little thing out. He put on a fake smile and said, "You really are Fuwang's good son. Xiaobao is so obedient. Xiaobao must have finished the homework that Fuwang gave you before you left, right?" Mo Xiaobao's face stiffened. His eyes kept darting around, not daring to look at Mo Xiaoyao. Looking at his expression, how could Mo Xiaoyao not understand? He looked at him with an amiable smile. "Xiaobao, it seems like you need to explain to Fuwang and Fuwang how much you missed your Fuwang and Fuwang these past few months, to the point that you forgot to do your homework." Mo Xiaobao was like a punctured balloon, slowly deflating. Fuwang and whatnot, he hated it the most. Chapter 557. Returning to the Fu, Yili didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she held the pitiful little bun and pleaded with Mo Xiaoyao for him. Although Mo Xiaobao missed his mother very much, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't do anything but think about her day and night. In fact, after Mo Xiaobao left Mo Xiaoyao's oppression and Mr. Qinyan doted on this great-grandson of his, it was completely different from how he was strict with Su Qinxin and the other brothers. As a result, Mo Xiaobao was so pleased with himself that he was like a wild horse that was out of control. So much so that he forgot about the homework that Mo Xiaoyao had assigned to him last night before he left and said that he would check when he came back. This time, Mo Xiao didn't purposely make things difficult for Mo Xiaobao and gave him homework that he could complete. But the bad thing was that Mo Xiaobao was too smart. Smart people tend to be more scheming than others. So he procrastinated, and when he found out that his father was about to return, he didn't even finish a third of his homework. All right, split it into 10 days and make up for the homework that your father gave you, understand? Yili reached out and rubbed the child's small head as she said softly. In reality, Mo Xiaobao was so young that Yili didn't feel that giving him too much homework was a good thing. But since it was given, it must be completed. She couldn't let the child develop the mentality of slacking and getting lucky. Mo Xiaobao knew that he was in the wrong and carefully raised his eyelids to look at Yili. In a soft voice, he said, "Mother, this child knows his mistake." Yili nodded with a smile. "If you know your mistake and can change, then you're a good child. Then can this child go a few days later to accompany Taigong?" Mo Xiaobao said shyly. Yili couldn't help but smile. "All right, we'll go see Taigong tomorrow, and then tell Taigong that we'll go to the academy in a few days. But you can't be like this in the future. If you study with Taigong, you have to understand the principle of perseverance. You can't neglect your studies because of other things, understand?" Mo Xiaobao nodded obediently. Mo Xiaoyao sat at the side and looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. "If you don't know, then you don't need to study with your grandfather in the future. Father will let your uncle teach you. How about that?" Mo Xiaobao's face immediately fell. Compared with his eldest uncle, who was gentle and elegant but always made him a little scared, he preferred his great-grandfather, who was kind and benevolent. Yili looked at the father and son helplessly. She could feel the unpleasing aura from a few hundred meters away. "Xiaoyao, your injuries haven't healed yet. Rest for today. If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow." Mo Xiaoyao's expression relaxed as he nodded. Mo Xiaobao's eyes brightened, blinking his big eyes at Yili. "Nyangqin, Xiaobao wants to sleep with Nyangqin." Yili was about to answer, but Mo Xiaoyao didn't hesitate to pick up Mo Xiaobao and put him on his lap. Looking down at him, he said, "Little brat, you're almost 6 years old and you still want to sleep with Li Li. Do you want to be laughed at?" Mo Xiaobao was dissatisfied, arguing with reason. "Father, you're already 30 years old. Why do you still want to sleep with Nyangqin?" Yili finally couldn't hold back her laughter. Seeing the adult and child looking at her at the same time, she quickly waved her hand and said with a smile, "It's nothing. I still have some things to deal with in the study. You guys can slowly discuss it." Saying this, she ran away under the two's stare. "I want to sleep with Nyangqin," Mo Xiaobao said firmly. "Lily is my wife. If you want someone to accompany you, go find your wife." Mo Xiaoyao said. "Nyangqin is my mother. Go find your mother." Mo Xiaobao widened his big eyes. Mo Xiaoyao's mouth twitched, his expression fierce. Only Nyangqin can sleep with Nyangqin. Those who sleep with Nyangqin are all cowardly and useless little brats. Mo Xiaobao was conflicted. "Where's my Nyangqin?" Mo Xiaoyao's expression was calm as he said calmly, "When you grow up, you can go find her yourself." Outside the door, Yili heard the two's nonsensical conversation and turned to leave with a dark expression. When Yili and Mo Xiaoyao returned to Glass City, all kinds of administrative matters came crashing down. Although Su Hongyu was there were still many things that required Mo Xiaoyao to personally deal with. The first thing that came was the large amount of news regarding Rin Qining sent from the Chu state. Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao had already started preparing for the military exercise before they left Glass City. In the study, Mo Xiaoyao stared at the thick pile of documents in front of him and raised his eyebrows. The efficiency of the Prince Ding Mansion's intelligence network was very good. In less than a month, all kinds of news regarding Ren Qining had been sent to the Prince Ding Mansion study. Looking at the information, even Mo Xiaoyao couldn't help but marvel at how deeply Ren Qining had hidden himself. Ren Qining looked like a youth in his 20s, but in reality, he was the same age as Tan Jiji. He was already 37 or 38 years old. To a normal person, this age was not considered young, but to a person who wanted to conquer the world, he was still too young. This person, Fong 12, had not taken a step into the Central Plains for more than 20 years after arriving at a tribe in northern Jin. In these 20 years, he had slowly gained a foothold in the northern region. He had slowly subdued the various tribes in northern Jin, essentially agreeing to the entire northern region. Without anyone, including the Prince Ding Mansion, noticing, he had quietly expanded the northern region into a place with more than 100,000 elite soldiers. To put it bluntly, even if Ren Qining could not succeed in reviving his country, his current strength was enough to make him king of the northern region. From this, it seemed that Tan Jiji, who had been jumping around happily between the Dechu state and Nanzhao, was more like a smokescreen that Ren Qining had placed in front of people. It was just unknown if this smokescreen was intentional or not. Lung Haoyu just sent news. Mo Jingqi is preparing to move troops to the northern region. Su Hongyu said calmly. Move troops to the northern region? Mo Xiaoyao frowned and looked sideways at Lu Jingxian and the other generals sitting on the side. He asked, can the Chu army defeat the army of the northern region? Lu Jingxian thought for a moment and said, in terms of national strength and military strength, the Chu army has no reason not to be able to defeat the northern region. But in recent years, the northern region has been in chaos and various tribes have gone on expeditions. Although the northern region only has a few 100,000 troops, they can be said to be elite troops that have survived hundreds of battles. And although the Dechu state fought a war a few years ago, its record is worrying. Feng Jiao laughed coldly. What's the point of the prince being concerned about whether or not he can win? Even if you are willing to send troops to help him pacify the northern Jin, he wouldn't dare to let the Mahist army enter the pass. He has taken most of his troops to the front line at Hong Pass. Mo Xiaoyao smiled in a rare, good-natured manner. I am just worried that Mo Jingqi is too useless. If the northern region army really enters, it will not be a good thing for us. If he was worried about the safety of the Dechu state, he would not have purposely provoked Mo Jingqi in city. He only hoped that the generals under Mo Jingqi would not disappoint him too much. Su Qingshan said thoughtfully, if there are no accidents, in at most 3 months, there will be battles between the north and the south. What are the prince's plans? Mo Xiaoyao smiled. Plans? Shouldn't we be preparing for military exercises? Shilling will fight Nanzhao, and the Dechu state will fight the northern region. Let's just play with ourselves. Everyone was speechless. Playing with ourselves? Prince, you really have a good personality. Chapter 558. After discussing the matter of Ren Qining, the topic of conversation naturally turned to the military exercises that had been prepared for several months. Regardless of whether it was Su Hongyu and the other civil officials, or Lu Jingxian and Zhang Qilan and the other military generals, this was undoubtedly an extremely novel matter. In this era, battles were fought from time to time. As a result, there were many who questioned the true significance of this so-called military exercise. However, regardless of what was said, preparations had been made for several months. Everyone was looking forward to it. Upon hearing Mo Xiaoyao's question, Zhang Qilan immediately replied, Prince, please be at ease. According to the prince and princess's instructions, preparations have already been made. The location will be within a radius of 300 li, with Hangzhou as the center. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and stated, the area is large enough. Very good. Just make the preparations according to the previous instructions. Then Prince, when will the time be? Lu Jingxian asked. Mo Xiaoyao lazily raised his eyelids and glanced at him, asking, will the enemy tell you when to launch a sneak attack? Just make the preparations first. Yes, this subordinate obeys. Princess Consort, Princess Changle has arrived. Yili was seated in the small study, looking at files when Zhuo Jing came in to report. Yili was somewhat surprised. She had just returned and already had a pile of matters to attend to. To be honest, she had somewhat forgotten about the matter of Princess Changle. Setting down her brush, Yili said, invite her in. Not long after, Princess Changle stepped into the study. After not seeing her for 2 months, the originally delicate and charming little princess seemed to have lost some weight. Her entire person seemed to have matured greatly. However, her originally bright eyes were now somewhat dim and sorrowful. Greetings to Princess Ding. Princess Changle curtsied and saluted. Yili stepped forward and pulled her up. After sizing her up, she said, the princess seems to have lost quite a bit of weight. Is it because the servants are not taking good care of you? Princess Changle promptly shook her head and replied, Princess Consort's words are too serious. The servants of the prince's estate treat Wuyo very well. After following Feng Jiao and company back to Glass City, Princess Changle abandoned her original title of princess and used the nickname given to her by the empress. Therefore, other than Feng Jiao, Zhuo Jing, and a few others who followed her to Nanzhao, everyone else in the Prince Ding mansion called her Miss Wuyo. They didn't even mention the surname Mo. Seeing Princess Changle grow up so much, Yili sighed helplessly in her heart. Pulling Princess Changle to the side, she sat down and said, it is good that you have not suffered any grievances. If there is anything that your subordinates have not handled properly, feel free to tell me. Or you can tell Steward Mo and Zhuo Jing. Don't make yourself suffer, understand? Princess Changle's eyes reddened slightly. Gazing at Yili, she gratefully stated, everyone treats me extremely well. How could I possibly suffer any grievances? Today, I came to bid farewell to Princess Consort. I want to move out. Yili stared blankly. Frowning slightly, she asked why. Princess Changle replied, I know that everyone treats me very well. However, Wuyo is still an outsider. The Prince Ding mansion is not like any other place. Moving out gives me a bit more freedom. Smiling faintly, Yili asked, could it be that your uncle Prince Ding and I will restrict your freedom in this mansion? No, that is not what I meant. Princess Changle was somewhat at a loss. For a moment, it seemed that she did not know how to explain this to Yili. In reality, it was not that Yili did not understand her meaning. Even if she and Mo Xiaoyao trusted Princess Changle, in the end, she was still Mo Jingqi's daughter. In addition, although there were not many people in Li City who knew Princess Changle, there were still a few. If the news that Princess Changle was living in the Prince Ding mansion were to spread, it was possible that in the future, there would be even more twists and turns. However, this 13 or 14-year-old child before her had to think of so many problems. Yili could not help but feel somewhat distressed. Perhaps understanding Yili's thoughts, Princess Changle revealed a bright smile. Pulling on Yili's hand, she said, Princess Ding, I know that you are doing this for my own good. However, I have already grown up and left Imperial Mother and maternal grandfather. Isn't it necessary for them to feel at ease by becoming an adult? It's not like I don't have anything. Imperial Mother gave me enough silver to live in luxury for the rest of my life. When they left, they also left behind 2 trusted aides of the Hua family to take care of me. Moreover, I am in the Northwest. Princess Ding will definitely not allow anyone to bully me, right? Yili smiled. Reaching out, she stroked the little girl's hair and said, as expected, you have grown up. However, as a girl, what plans do you have for the future? Tilting her head, Princess Changle thought for a moment. Looking at Yili, she resolutely stated, I want to study medicine. I know that the Northwest restrictions on women are not as severe as the Chu states. After I have completed my studies, perhaps I can open a medical clinic to treat patients. Smiling, Yili raised her eyebrows and asked, "Then who do you want to study medicine from? How do you want to become a disciple? You must know that nowadays, very few physicians accept young girls as their apprentices. Medicine is not something that you can learn by reading a few books." Resolutely, Princess Changle replied, "I can disguise myself as a woman and become an apprentice at the medical clinic. Otherwise, I will spend money to hire a formidable physician to teach me." Imperial Mother said that so long as one wants to learn, there will always be a way to learn something. Moreover, it's not like I don't know anything. I know how to memorize herbal texts and recognize many medicinal ingredients. At the very least, I am better than someone who knows nothing. It will be easier for Master to accept me. Seeing that the young lady had truly made up her mind, Yili beamed at her and whispered, "Seeing that you are so sincere, I'll tell you a secret." Princess Changle blinked her eyes, looking at her curiously. Yili softly replied, "The Prince Ding mansion has two divine physicians. Ah, divine physician Shun, who cured Prince Ding's uncle. But I haven't seen him for so long." Princess Changle's eyes brightened, but she still asked doubtfully. Smiling, Yili replied, "Sir Shun and Sir Lin are bored in their residences, so they moved to the city and opened a medical clinic. If you can have them teach you, you naturally won't have to worry about your medical skills." Although Princess Changle did not know who Dr. Lin was, the name of Xinyang was known throughout the world. Hearing Yi Li's words, Princess Changle made a decision. Nodding her head, she replied, "Thank you, Princess Ding. I know what to do." Raising her brows, Yi Li smiled and replied, "Sir Shun and Dr. Lin may not necessarily accept you." Princess Changle resolutely replied, "I will definitely do my best to beg Sir Shun to accept me." Yili no longer tried to persuade her. Sighing, she patted the back of Princess Changle's hand and said, "Since you have already made up your mind, I will say no more. Later, I will have someone choose a suitable residence near the prince's residence. You cannot refuse this. In the end, the prince's residence is more familiar with Glass City. It will be more convenient." Princess Changle no longer refused. Her clear eyes reddened, but she still smiled and replied, "Then many thanks, Princess Ding." The two chatted for a while before Princess Changle rose and took her leave. After sending Princess Changle off, Yili pondered for a while before calling for Zhuijing and asking, "Has young Master Feng San treated Princess Changle well these past few days?" Zhuijing stared blankly for a moment. Although he did not understand the meaning behind Princess Changle's question, he still answered truthfully. There was nothing good or bad about it. Princess Changle lived in the guest courtyard and did not often meet with young Master Feng San. Yili frowned slightly. Thinking for a while, she asked, "Then what about on the way back?" Zhuijing replied, "On the way back, young Master Feng San did not seem too willing to get close to Princess Changle. This subordinate remembers that once again, we missed the town and rested in the wilderness. Lin Han asked young Master Feng San to deliver some food to Princess Changle. In the end, young Master Feng San threw the food to me. However, young Master Feng San did not treat Princess Changle rudely." Yili nodded and said, "I understand. Later, have Feng San come over when he is finished." This subordinate, Feng Jiao, requests an audience with Princess Changle. Less than an hour later, Feng Jiao appeared outside Yi Li's study. "Enter." Hearing Yi Li's words, Feng Jiao stepped into the study. Smiling, he said, "Princess Changle has summoned this subordinate so soon after returning. This subordinate feels extremely honored. What orders does Princess Changle have?" Yi Li was disinclined to pay attention to his mischievous smile. Setting down the dossier, she picked up the teacup by her side and took a sip before indifferently stating, "Princess Changle wishes to use Princess Changle." Feng Jiao was startled. Before he could speak, he heard Yi Li continue, "I have already agreed." Feng Jiao frowned. Somewhat disapproving, he asked, "Why?" "Princess Changle is still a young girl. How will she live by herself when she moves out?" Yi Li smiled faintly and replied, "A young girl? Princess Changle is already 14 years old. Although the Prince Ding mansion and the imperial family of the Dechu state are of the same bloodline, they have long been separated by blood. Neither relative nor friend. How can a girl like her remain in the Prince Ding mansion? Feng Jiao stared fixedly at Yili. It was obvious that he did not believe her reasoning. Yili did not mind. Raising her eyebrows, she smiled and said, "All right. Actually, this consort feels that young Master Feng San seems to have an opinion about Princess Changle. Since this is the case, Princess Changle is no more than an insignificant young girl, while young Master Feng San is the prince's trusted aide. This consort will naturally take care of your feelings first." Feng Jiao's complexion was somewhat unsightly. When have I ever had an opinion about Princess Changle? Faced with Yi Li's smile that was not a smile, Feng Jiao could only silently rub his nose. "Then, Princess Changle, there is no need for you to have her move out. After all, she is still a child. I've already said that it was she who wanted to move out. A girl living under someone else's roof is unavoidably sensitive. All along the way, you have been acting strangely toward her. Can you blame her for feeling uncomfortable living in the Prince Ding mansion? You also know that she is still a child. Since this is the case, the grudges of adults have nothing to do with her. Not only you, but I'm afraid that everyone in the mansion who knows of her identity also has a knot in their hearts." Although she would not be rude, how could a girl who was as meticulous as hair not be able to detect the attitude of others towards her? It was no wonder that Princess Changle had come to say her farewells on the second day of her return. However, this cannot be blamed on anyone. After all, her father was Mo Jingqi. Everyone knew that it was wrong to take their anger out on someone else. However, how many people were capable of doing so? I know that this matter is my fault. "Princess Changle, please have her stay," Feng Jiao said. Yili shook her head and replied, "Princess Changle has already decided to become an apprentice to a master and study medicine. It will be more convenient for her to live outside. The only reason I have asked you to come is to have you find a suitable residence for her, as well as take care of her outside. There are many people and matters within the Prince Ding mansion. Even if we instruct her, it is not certain that she will not be wronged." Feng Jiao was silent for a moment. He felt that Yi Li's words were reasonable. Nodding his head, he replied, "This subordinate understands. Princess Changle, please be at ease." Chapter 559. At the end of the 10th month, the Dechu state officially declared war on the north. Almost at the same time, Shilin Jinim of Gojoseon ordered his son, Jinim of Gojoseon heir, Lake Tingfeng, to lead 200,000 soldiers to the border between the south and Nanjiao. For a time, all the countries began to mobilize their troops. Even the northern tribes, who were in the middle of the bitter cold, began to move. At this time, the military exercise that the Prince Ding mansion had been preparing for several months began. In the morning, the General Zhang Qilan, who was stationed in the camp 30 li outside of Li City, received an order. Lead the troops at full speed to Jiantianya, 50 li northwest of Hangzhou, and seize the natural stronghold Jiantianya. This order came too quickly and could be said to be completely unprepared. Fortunately, the Mahist army had always been well trained. In addition, everyone's hearts had been stretched taut recently, so they did not panic this time. When he received the order, Zhang Qilan was eating dinner with a few of his subordinates and discussing the military situation. Looking at the graceful but elegant handwriting on the letter, Zhang Qilan jumped up and shouted to his subordinates, "Pass down the order, break camp, and depart in an hour." But he felt strange. Why did this order look like Wang Fei's handwriting? The generals all paused. The braver ones quickly asked, "General, we are..." Zhang Qilan chuckled and said, "It's starting. Little ones, work harder. We have to beat that old guy until he cries for his father and mother." Everyone couldn't help but laugh. The atmosphere in the tent instantly relaxed. Zhang Qilan glared and roared, "Hurry up and get ready." Immediately, everyone dispersed out of the tent and went to dispatch their subordinates. After sending his subordinates away, Zhang Qilan looked at the letter in his hand again. He wiped his face and turned to prepare for his expedition. "General Zhang, Sorry to disturb you so late at night." Outside the tent, an elegant voice said with a faint smile. Zhang Qilan paused and then realized who had spoken. He quickly went forward. The curtain outside the tent was lifted and the person outside walked in. Zhang Qilan hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "This subordinate greets Princess." Unlike usual, Yili was wearing a long gray cloak, but her hair was combed into a man's bun. From the white hem of the cloak, it could be seen that it was a man's clothing. Zhang Qilan had some doubts but still asked, "Wang Fei, this is—" Yili smiled and said, "General Zhang is about to go to war. This one is not talented enough to recommend myself as an advisor. I hope General will not reject me." "Wang Fei is saying that she wants to march with us?" Zhang Qilan asked in surprise. Yili nodded. Zhang Qilan said with some difficulty, "This, Wang Fei's body is priceless." "What if?" Yili played with the folding fan in her hand and said with a smile, "There's no guarantee that nothing will happen in this world. Besides, I've been on the battlefield several times. Even if I can't help General Zhang, I won't drag you down." Zhang Qilan said he didn't dare. He naturally knew the abilities of this Wang Fei. With her help, it was like obtaining a powerful advisor and a general out of nowhere. But Yi Li's status made him uneasy. Also, if this was the case, even if he won against Lu Jingxian, it could only be said that they had a slight advantage. Yi Li naturally saw the reason for his hesitation. She couldn't help but smile and say, "Speaking of this matter, it is actually General Zhang who is at a slight disadvantage." "Does General Zhang know who is leading the Western Army?" Hearing this, Zhang Qilan suddenly had a bad feeling. His mind moved as he said, "Is it?" Yi Li nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, the other side is led by Prince Ding. Lu Jingxian is the deputy general." Zhang Qilan's face darkened. Even though he was much older than Prince Ding, when it came to commanding troops, he could only admit that he was inferior. When Mo Xiaoyao had conquered the south and Nanzhao, Zhang Qilan had accompanied him. He had probably never thought in his life that he would face off against Mo Xiaoyao. Yi Li looked at Zhang Qilan with a smile and said, "General, are you declaring defeat before the battle?" Zhang Qilan gritted his teeth and nodded. "Since that is the case, I will have to trouble Wang Fei." Declaring defeat before the battle was naturally impossible. So right now, he couldn't care about Yi Li's status. The more experts he had, the better. Even if he couldn't win, he had to bite off a piece of the other's flesh. What's more, the thought of exchanging blows with His Highness made his blood boil. Yi Li smiled faintly and said, "I don't dare. This one is Chu Junwei. General can just call me by my name." An hour later, the army had finished their preparations. At this time, the sky had already darkened, but the army had to march through the night. Glass City was 300 li away from Jiantian Cliff. The Black Cloud cavalry was fine, but it was impossible for the Mahist army's normal soldiers to arrive in a day. When the army set out, the generals by Zhang Qilan's side discovered that there was a young man with a gray cloak at the general's side. In the darkness of the night, even his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. "General, this is—" Zhang Qilan's face twisted slightly. He said in a low voice, "This is this general's military advisor. Where's Feng Jiao?" Feng Jiao was also on the list of generals for this exercise. However, young Master Feng San, who had always been by Mo Xiaoyao's side, was unfortunately assigned to the opposite side of Prince Ding. But from the start, Zhang Qilan had never seen this young master show his face. Yi Li said in a low voice, "Feng San has already left." Zhang Qilan was startled, but he quickly reacted. With over 10,000 soldiers, it was impossible for them to reach Jiantian Cliff without being discovered by Prince Ding. The worst thing was that there was a division of the Western Army that they had to pass through on their way to Jiantian Cliff. Wang Yi would definitely not allow them to reach Jiantianya so smoothly. Feng Jiao leading the Black Cloud cavalry to open up a path in front was much better than being stopped and beaten when they reached the place. In the darkness of the night, a group of people rode their horses forward. Behind them was a long line of Mahist army soldiers. Inside the Western Army, Camp Imo Xiuyao was still dressed in white, his hair white like snow. He sat lazily in the large tent, looking at the map in front of him as if he was deep in thought. Lu Jingxian sat next to him and said, "Prince, Zhang Qilan could be considered to be from the Black Cloud Cavalry and has always been fast. I'm afraid that they have already left the camp." Imo Xiuyao nodded and raised his eyebrows. "No matter how fast they are, they only have 10,000 Black Cloud Cavalry. If they want to rely on 10,000 Black Cloud Cavalry to snatch Jiantian Cliff from us, they must be dreaming." Lu Jingxian nodded and said with a frown, "However, although we have 50,000 Black Cloud Cavalry, our normal strength is clearly weaker than the enemy. The Black Cloud Cavalry's attacks are strong, but their defense is a bit weaker. Even if we take Jiantian Cliff first, to rely on 50,000 Black Cloud Cavalry to defend against 100,000 Mahist Army's attacks will be a bit difficult." Imo Xiuyao looked at Lu Jingxian with a smile. "What? Is General Lu afraid of Zhang Qilan?" Lu Jingxian's expression changed. He stuck out his chest and said, "Who would be afraid of him? Prince, don't worry. I swear to defend Jiantian Cliff to the death." Imo Xiuyao waved his hand and said, "What do you mean, swear to the death? Don't forget that Jiantian Cliff is not the final goal. If we lose all of our men at Jiantian Cliff, how are we going to fight the later battles?" Chapter 560. Lu Jingxian was a little surprised and asked, "What does Prince have in mind?" Imo Xiuyao thought for a while and said, "Zhang Qilan will definitely rush to Jiantianya with all his might. Let's not rush over there. No matter what, we are still faster than him. Let's add some obstacles to their path. Also, add a line of defense 20 li in front of Jiantianya. Even if Jiantianya cannot defend in the end, it will at least deplete half of their forces." "I understand." Lu Jingxian nodded. Imo Xiuyao nodded with satisfaction and said, "Then Jiantianya will be handed over to you." Hearing this, Zhang Qilan was stunned. "Handed over to me? Then Prince," Imo Xiuyao said with a smile that was not a smile, "I can't tell you." The journey of the East Army was not smooth. On the afternoon of the second day, the army met with the first line of defense set up by the enemy. However, Feng Jiao, who had set out earlier to open up the path, was nowhere to be seen. The enemy did not have many people blocking their path, less than 2,000 to 3,000 people. If it was on flat ground, an army of 100,000 would be able to trample them to death. However, at this time, they were circling around the mountain path. It was as if one man could hold off 10,000 men. Zhang Qilan was so angry that he kept calling Lu Jingxian despicable and shameless. However, no matter how despicable and shameless the enemy was, they still had to fight. Zhang Qilan was not a brute who only knew how to shout and curse. He immediately sent out a group of people to sneak around the enemy's back and attack from the front and back. Even so, they wasted almost 6 to 8 hours in this place. By the time they met with 2 or 3 similar obstacles along the way, Zhang Qilan had already understood that Lu Jingxian was trying to delay them. Yet this was the kind of scheme that couldn't be broken. Even if they knew that Lu Jingxian was trying to delay them, they had no choice but to follow this path. If they wanted to take a detour, it would take even longer. The final goal of this act was not the Skystream Cliff, but a small town that was dozens of miles away from the Skystream Cliff. There were 40,000 soldiers in the small city, and Imo Xiuyao's Western Army's mission was to occupy the small city. Yili and Zhang Qilan's mission was to reinforce and destroy the Western Army. The Mountain Stream Cliff was the most important place because both the Eastern and Western armies had to pass through here to reach the small city. If Imo Xiuyao had enough troops, he could naturally pass through Jiantianya and take the small city. However, he only had 50,000 Black Cloud Cavalry and 40,000 Mahist Army. On the other hand, the East Army had 10,000 Black Cloud Cavalry and 150,000 Mahist Army. The current commander of the small city could not be ignored. He was the Mahist Army's commander of Jiangxia City, Yuan Pei, who was very good at defending cities. Thus, if Mo Xiaoyao used all of his troops to attack the city, if he was unable to take down the small city in 3 days, the Western army would be surrounded by the Mahist army. Thus, he could only leave a portion of his troops to Lu Jingxian to delay the reinforcements. However, this also reduced the strength of the attacking troops. Because of the ambushes along the way, the Eastern Army used a total of 5 days to reach the lower 3 heavens 20 li away from Jiantianya. Looking at the banners and cold swords on the hillside, Zhang Qilan laughed coldly and turned around to order them to set up camp. His subordinates were all eager to give it a try. The past few days of marching had made them all want to vent their frustrations. They all asked Zhang Qilan for permission to fight. Zhang Qilan waved his hand to suppress everyone's requests. The enemy had the geographical advantage. Attacking in broad daylight was the same as seeking death. What does Mr. Chu think? Zhang Qilan turned his head and asked Yi Li, who was sitting to the side. Everyone also stopped talking and looked at the white-clothed young master sitting to the side. Although many people in the army had seen Yi Li before, they were not familiar with her. Yi Li had changed into men's clothing and changed her appearance slightly. She also rarely spoke, so none of these generals recognized that this somewhat silent young master was actually their Princess Ding. Of course, this was also related to the fact that these generals were proud and did not like Yi Li, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Naturally, there were not many people who were willing to talk to her. It seems like General Lu wants to stop us outside Jiantianya. At this time, Prince Ding should have already led his troops to attack the city. Yi Li muttered. The people below could not help but scoff. Who didn't know how to say such words? Just by looking at the situation in front of them, they knew what the other party meant. However, Zhang Qilan said thoughtfully, Mr. Chu means, Prince Ding is not at Jiantianya right now. If it's only Lu Jingxian, I don't think he has many troops. I might be able to break through Jiantianya in 3 days. Yi Li shook her head and said, if we break through Jiantianya in 3 days, how many casualties does the general intend to suffer? Jiantianya can be considered a natural stronghold. Naturally, it is easy to defend and difficult to attack. If we lose all our troops here, how are we going to reinforce General Yuan? One of the generals below could not help but say, but if we don't break through, how are we going to get there? If we want to take a detour, it will take at least 7 to 8 days. Also, if we walk from the south, we will have to cross mountains and rivers. By the time we get there, we might not even be able to fight. If we go from the north, it will be a large swamp. We won't be able to cross at all. Zhang Qilan looked at Yi Li and asked, what does Mr. Chu mean? Yi Li pointed at the map on the table and said, General Yuan is good at defending cities. Even Prince Ding may not be able to break through the city in a short amount of time. What I mean is to wipe out all the troops at Jiantianya. Everyone was shocked. Zhang Qilan frowned and said, this will take time. What if we can't reinforce the city in time? Yi Li did not frown and said calmly, we could just take it back after it's broken. A deputy general hesitated and said, but once the city is broken, the exercise will be over. Yi Li said calmly, it will only be over if one side concedes defeat or both sides suffer great losses. Is it possible that the city is taken by the enemy during the battle and the reinforcements have to go back the way they came? Everyone was silent and seemed to be deep in thought. The tent was silent for a while. Zhang Qilan slapped the table and stood up, saying, good, we'll do as Mr. Chu says. The success or failure of this mission will be handed over to Mr. Chu. Do you have a plan? Yi Li looked at Zhang Qilan with a smile and said slowly, I'm still thinking about it. The night on the battlefield was not peaceful. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Killing and arson were common on the battlefield. Therefore, when Yi Li was woken up by the noise outside for the 3rd time that night, she was not surprised. She got up and put on her clothes and cloak before walking out of the tent. Qin Feng immediately appeared at the door. Master. Yi Li frowned slightly and said, why aren't you resting? Qin Feng said, Wei Lin has gone to rest. He'll come to replace me in 2 hours. This time, Yi Li did not bring Zhuo Jing and Lin Han. Instead, She brought Qin Feng and Wei Lin out. After all, Prince Ding and the king, as well as all the generals in the city, were not there. Zhou Jing and Lin Han had been left behind to help Su Qingchen. Yili said, "You all go rest. Just send 2 people to keep watch." Qin Feng shook his head and said, "I'll go back to rest in a while. It won't affect tomorrow's work." Yili knew she could not persuade him, so she did not say anything more. She looked curiously at the place where the fire was shining and asked, "Whose people are making trouble?" Qin Feng held back his laughter and said, "It's a few of General Zhang's subordinates. They seem to have agreed to attack the defending army at night. Each of them would hold on for 2 hours and then retreat regardless of the outcome. This is the 3rd wave. The defending army on the mountain probably won't be able to sleep tonight." Yili raised her eyebrows and looked at the place where the sound of fighting could be heard. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Interesting. Is this their own idea?" Qin Feng nodded and said, "It seems that they talked to General Zhang after dinner." General Zhang probably agreed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have acted on their own. It seemed that Qin Feng had a good impression of those hot-tempered young people. Although he did not speak for them, he did explain that their actions did not violate military rules. Yili smiled and walked out, saying, "It's always good for young people to have their own ideas. Even if they make a mistake in the drill, it's better than making a mistake on the battlefield." "What does Wang Fei mean?" Qin Feng frowned. Yili said, "It's fine if they harass him once or twice, but if they do it again and again, do they think Lu Jingxian is a vegetarian?" Qin Feng was silent. Yili smiled and said, "Let's go and take a look." Qin Feng hurriedly caught up and asked curiously, "Wang Fei is saying that they will have a problem?" Yili smiled faintly and said, "Lu Jingxian is an old general who has been on the battlefield for a long time. How could it be played by a few young people? If they stop after 1 or 2 times, the other side will be more cautious and probably won't be able to have a peaceful night. But if they do it again and again, how could Lu Jingxian not make a move? As the saying goes, going too far is as bad as not going far enough." Then, Qin Feng frowned and said, "Should we send someone to tell General Zhang?" Yili shook her head and said, "General Zhang and General Lu have known each other for decades. It's impossible that he doesn't understand him. He will definitely be prepared. There's no need for us to meddle. Just watch." As the 2 were talking, Zhang Qilan's clear voice came from behind them. Mr. Chu hasn't rested yet this late. Did those young people steal it?" The 2 returned and saw Zhang Qilan walk over with his head held high. He was wearing armor and battle robes and looked like he was about to go into battle. Yili couldn't help but smile and say, "General Zhang, it's so late. What are you doing?" Zhang Qilan pretended to be angry and said, "Those young people don't know what's good for them. They provoked old Lu. I have to take them back while they're still fine." Hearing this, Yili laughed clearly and said, "Then I'll have to trouble General Zhang." Zhang Qilan cupped his hands and said, "I'll take my leave first." Chapter 561. At dawn, a group of overly excited and hot-blooded youths were indeed dragged back by Zhang Qilan, their faces covered in dirt. Yi Li and Wei Lin, who came later to replace Qin Feng, waited until the sounds of fighting at the front had stopped. Only after another hour did they see the group of people return to the camp. The young generals who were originally in high spirits drooped their heads, as if they were vegetables that had been hit by frost. As soon as they entered the camp, they saw Yili smiling at them while looking at a carriage. The expressions of the young generals became even more awkward. They felt that the general had found such a young military advisor who they didn't know where he came from. He didn't know anything and only said a few useless words from time to time, but the general valued him so much. These young men were naturally unconvinced. They all thought that they were much better than this pretty boy. Now that they had lost so much face in front of him, their expressions naturally didn't look too good. "Mr. Chu, you haven't rested yet?" Zhang Qilan saw Yi Li and naturally went up to greet her. Yi Li smiled and said, "General, you haven't rested either, right? You've worked hard, General. Are you all right?" Zhang Qilan sighed and said, "Fortunately, you're fine. He turned around and glared at everyone, then roared, "Why aren't you going back to rest? Are you waiting to be punished?" Hearing this, the young generals all scattered like birds and beasts. Seeing how everyone looked at Zhang Qilan as if he was a killing god, Yili couldn't help but laugh softly and say, "General clearly has no intention of punishing them. Why are you purposely scaring them?" Zhang Qilan sighed helplessly and said, "The people who came out this time are all young brats. Not only have they never been on a proper battlefield, but they're still hot-blooded and charging forward. If they really went on the battlefield, who knows what would happen?" It turned out that the first 2 waves of ambushes had caused the enemy to be flustered for a while. These brats got carried away and decided to take turns to fight until dawn. This way, the enemy naturally couldn't sleep for the entire night, but their own people could take turns to rest. His idea was not bad, but he forgot to observe the surrounding positions and the situation of the enemy. Halfway through the 3rd sneak attack, Lu Jingxian sent 2 groups of soldiers and horses to quietly flank them from both sides. If it wasn't for Zhang Qilan leading the troops, even if they didn't arrive in time, they wouldn't be able to match the 4,000 to 5,000 troops that they brought. Even those 4 to 5 young generals would have died there. The battlefield had always been cruel and merciless. If one didn't come from an aristocratic family, there wouldn't be many captains in an army of millions. Out of a few thousand captains, there would at most be less than 100 who could become deputy generals. And out of these less than 100 deputy generals, there would at most be 2 or 3 generals. It wasn't that these people didn't have the potential to become generals, but that in the process of becoming generals, they had already been engulfed by the shame of the battlefield. "Mr. Chu, please train these kids more in the future," Zhang Qilan said sincerely. He knew Princess Consort's abilities, not to mention the elusive and invincible Qi Lin, who was personally trained by Princess Consort. Qin Feng, Zhui Jing, and the others by Princess Consort's side were all rising stars if they were placed in the military camp. From this, it could be seen that Princess Consort's methods of teaching people were ingenious. Yili smiled and said, "General Zhang is a good general. In this era, it was rare to see a general who was so considerate of his subordinates." Zhang Qilan laughed brightly and said straightforwardly, "These youths are slightly rash, but they are the future of the Mahist army. There will be a day when us old men will be too old to go onto the battlefield. In the future, we will have to rely on them." Yili smiled and said, "General is in the prime of his life. It is too early to say the word old. This one will remember what General has said." This was a promise. Zhang Qilan raised his hands in a bow and said, "Thank you, young master. It is still early. Young master should return to the tent to rest for a while. Many thanks for General's concern." The next day, when the people of the Eastern Army found that the Western Army guarding the front was still full of energy, a group of youths couldn't help but explode. The tent became a noisy mess. Yili smiled as she sat in a corner of the tent and listened to the discussion of these youths. Zhang Qilan was annoyed by their noise and rolled his eyes. "What are you all arguing about? The Jiantian cliff in front is only 20 li, and the guards from last night were tired by your noise. Don't tell me that Lu Jingxian won't transfer the guards from Jiantian cliff over? If you can't get past this obstacle, do you want to fly to Jiantian cliff from the sky?" Everyone was silent for a while and looked at each other. "General, doesn't that mean that we did all this work for free last night? Even if they launched sneak attacks every day, as long as the other side took turns, unless they forcefully broke through the defensive line in front of them, there was nothing else they could do. What's more, they had almost suffered a great loss on the first night of the sneak attack." Zhang Qilan scratched the beard on his chin and said, "Saying that we did all this work for free is not entirely correct. You bunch of brats always get carried away with everything you do. It's fine if you harass them once or twice, but you are addicted to taking turns. Isn't that giving Lu Jingxian a chance to beat you up?" The young generals were a little embarrassed, and the older generals sitting next to them also began to chuckle. "General, what should we do next?" A young general stepped out from the crowd and asked expectantly. Zhang Qilan frowned and turned to look at Yi Li, who was sitting next to him, and asked, "What does Mr. Chu think?" Yi Li tapped the fan in her hand carelessly and said, "The other side has the higher ground, so it will take a lot of time and effort to forcefully attack them. Let's continue our nightly harassment, but don't let General Liu catch us again. Next time, General Zhang might not be able to lead the troops to help everyone out." A few young generals looked at Yi Li with some dissatisfaction and said, "Since Mr. Chu is the military advisor, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. It's just that we won't be able to take them down if we launch sneak attacks every night. If we drag this out for 10 days or half a month, we can just admit defeat without fighting." Yi Li raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Then what do you all think? This subordinate request to be the vanguard and open a path for the army?" A young general cupped his hands and said to Zhang Qilan. The others followed suit and asked for Zhang Qilan's permission. It was obvious that they wanted to fight the enemy head-on. Yi Li looked at them plainly and said, "I don't object to fighting head-on based on the enemy's strength. If we bet on half of their strength, we will definitely be able to take this place. However, I would like to remind all of you that although this is just a drill, if this were a real battle, it would mean that at least half of the 100,000 soldiers here and outside would lose their lives on this small hill in front of Jintianya." "So what?" someone asked softly. Yi Li smiled and said, "If losing half of our soldiers, including the lives of all of you here, isn't a big deal, in that case, how would the remaining 50,000 soldiers pass through the Heavenly Stream Cliff, which was known as a natural barrier? How many soldiers will be left after they pass through? Or do you all think that, even if we manage to pass through, we will be able to save General Top Scorer from being surrounded? I would like to remind all of you that based on my understanding of Prince Ding, the number of soldiers left behind at Jintianya is at most a third of the Western Army. The remaining 2/3 are fresh soldiers who have yet to participate in the battle. Everyone here has sacrificed themselves, but may I ask, what will happen to General Top Scorer and the soldiers guarding the city?" Chapter 562. Before Yi Li could finish speaking, the youths who had been acting righteously all turned red in the face. Although they weren't convinced, they couldn't help but admit that strategist Chu was right. Half of the reason why they charged forward so bravely was because they knew this was a drill and not a real battlefield. If this was a real battlefield, would they still charge forward so recklessly? Or even if they continued to charge forward so bravely, what kind of consequences would they cause? Zhang Qilan knocked on the table and said, "Fine, I'll take care of tonight's matters. Without my orders, no one is allowed to act rashly. Those who disobey will be executed." Although this wasn't a real battlefield, his orders were real military orders. Those who disobeyed military orders, regardless of whether it was a real battlefield or not, would be executed without mercy. He turned to look at Yi Li and said with a smile, "Mr. Chu, I'll leave these immature brats to you." Yi Li smiled and said, "It's my honor to have the general believe in me." Zhang Qilan nodded with satisfaction. He stood up and glanced at the group of young men who were still eager to make a move and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Chu's words represent this general's words. Those who disobey will be beheaded." Zhang Qilan led his older subordinates to deal with Liu Jinxian's men at the front. The group of young and aggressive generals were surrounded by Yi Li and couldn't move. The youths became more and more irritable as they listened to the soldiers entering and leaving the camp every day without a share of them. Finally, on the afternoon of the third day, they couldn't hold it in any longer and came to find Yi Li to argue. Outside Yi Li's temporary tent, Yi Li's smile was as warm as the spring breeze as she looked at the youths in front of her. She smiled and said, "Do you have any objections?" The leaders said, "We want to go to war. What right do you have to stop us from going to the battlefield?" Yi Li leisurely played with the fan in her hand and said casually, "Because I'm the strategist. Because General Zhang gave you to me to dispatch. Because I won't allow it, you can't go." This kind of arrogant answer was definitely a provocation to this group of young people. Everyone looked at Yi Li as if they wanted to immediately rush up and give her a good beating. Qin Feng and Wei Lin, who were standing behind Yi Li, calmly glanced at the youths in front of them. A cold glint flashed in their eyes. Yi Li looked at the young men in front of her and continued, "You want to go to the battlefield? What's the point of you going to the battlefield? The generals under General Zhang's command have been fighting without you for the past 2 days, and there has never been a situation where General Zhang has to go personally to reinforce them. It's fine if you're not smart enough, but even if you want to be a fierce general who can defeat the enemy with brute force, you won't be able to fight better than ordinary soldiers, right? Rather than being a hindrance on the battlefield, it's better to stay at the back." The young men were so angry that their faces turned red. One of them with a bad temper stepped forward and pointed at Yi Li with a red face and coaxed, "You're just a weak scholar. Why do you have to talk about us like this?" Yi Li looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile and slowly said, "Because," with a swish, the fan was swung open and like a sharp blade, it slashed towards the young man's throat. That person jumped in fright and quickly bent over to dodge, but he didn't expect his lower body to be kicked in the acupoint. Before he could react, his body swayed and he fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Yi Li waved her fan twice and said casually, "You can't even beat a weak scholar." Everyone was speechless. This time they were really hit hard. In the past few years, the Maoist army had placed great importance on nurturing young generals. Therefore, these young generals were only in their early 20s, but most of them were already lieutenants or even captains. However, most of them had never been on the battlefield. This was what Yi Li was most worried about. The battlefield had always been a huge meat grinder. It didn't matter if you were an ordinary person or a genius. Once you were involved, the one who achieved the most in the end wasn't the smartest or the most powerful one, but the one who survived. Since ancient times, many geniuses have been drowned out like sand by the waves. Although Yi Li didn't expect them to understand what a real battlefield was this time, and they would only be able to learn when they were on the battlefield. At least they had to suppress the arrogance of these geniuses. As if she didn't see everyone's shocked expressions, Yi Li looked at everyone with a smile and said, "Don't say that I bullied you. These 2 people learned from me. If you beat them, don't even talk about going to fight with General Liu. Even if you want to go to Xiling and destroy Genom of Gojoseon, I won't stop you." Everyone looked at each other and exchanged glances. Yi Li seemed to be afraid that the fire wasn't burning hot enough and continued to pour oil on it. If you don't have confidence in fighting one-on-one, you can fight together. Qin Feng and Wei Lin could obviously understand Yi Li's meaning. Wei Lin snorted coldly and said, "Don't waste time. Let's fight together." This obviously contemptuous tone finally snapped the last string in everyone's mind. No one knew who shouted, but 5 or 6 young people all pounced towards Qin Feng and Wei Lin at the same time. Of course, Wei Lin, who had just drawn hatred to himself, was the one they focused on. Yi Li retreated to the side and leisurely leaned against Qin Feng and Wei Lin, moving among the youths with ease. Rather than a group fight, it was more like 2 people playing with a group of crazy kittens. These youths were indeed not as good as their peers in the Maoist army, but compared to Qin Feng and Wei Lin, who came from Qilin and were the best among them, they were not enough. The youth who had just been kicked to the ground by Yi Li was still sitting on the ground and didn't get up. He didn't join the fight. It was because he stood outside the fight that he could see the gap between himself and Qin Feng and Wei Lin more clearly. He looked at Yi Li and finally drooped his proud head. Yi Li kicked him with interest and asked, "Why don't you try?" The youth sat on the ground and didn't get up. He shook his head and said, "I'm not an idiot. We can't beat them at all. Do you want to make a fool of yourself?" Yi Li nodded and said with a smile, "You are indeed not their match, but that's not important. They are not on the same path as you. It's best if your martial arts are strong, but if you can't, there's no need to compete with them. General Zhang may not be their match." The youth said with dissatisfaction, "Then why do you want them to fight?" Yi Li raised her eyebrows and said, "Because compared to you, General Zhang clearly has a smart brain. You don't have anything, but you think you have everything. I think your brains need to be fixed together with your bodies." The youth opened his eyes wide and glared fiercely at Yi Li, saying, "We're not stupid. They were the rising stars of the Mahist army. Who didn't praise them for having a bright future? Yili nodded seriously and said, "You really aren't stupid. How can I describe your level of stupidity? Have you ever seen an idiot seeking death?" The youth's face turned red with anger. She was saying that they weren't even as stupid as idiots. Yili looked at the person in front of her with interest and couldn't help but smile. A young man in his early 20s whose emotions could rise and fall so easily. In this era where people matured early, it was quite rare. Seeing Yi Li's teasing smile, the youth couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. "What are you laughing at?" Yili coughed lightly and covered her mouth with her fan, saying, "Nothing, I just want to laugh." While the two were talking, Qin Feng and Wei Lin had already put down a group of children who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. No matter how they went easy on them, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Therefore, the originally well-dressed young generals all fell to the ground in a sorry state. Yili looked down at everyone with a smile and said, "How is it? Do you admit defeat now?" "We admit defeat." Although the young generals were still a little depressed, the way they looked at Yi Li and the other two was very different from before. In the military, the strong were king. Although these young people were arrogant, they still respected the strong. The fight just now also made them understand the difference in strength between them and their opponents. "But Mr. Chu, we can't always hide in the back and be protected by others, right?" Although they knew that they were inferior, they were now on the battlefield. They had to put away their thoughts and think about it later. Right now, they had to solve the battle in front of them. Yili looked at them with a smile and asked, "You guys really want to fight?" Hearing this, everyone knew that there was hope. 6 or 7 pairs of eyes looked at Yi Li in unison. The anticipation and desire in their eyes made Yi Li feel a little pressured. Seeing this group of enthusiastic young people in front of her, Yi Li smiled faintly and said, "It's not impossible. Go back and choose 200 elites from your subordinates and wait for orders." "Mr. Chu, what do we need to do?" Yi Li said in a deep voice, "It's a secret. Remember, everything has to be done quietly. Do not attract anyone's attention, including General Zhang. The people who are discovered will stay behind to reflect." Young people all liked mysterious and exciting things. Hearing Yi Li say this, everyone became even more excited. Yi Li looked at them with a slight frown and said seriously, "Also, even though this is acting, the danger still exists. This mission can be said to be the most dangerous of the dangerous. I cannot guarantee that there will be no casualties. Do you understand?" "This subordinate understands," everyone said in unison. What Yi Li said was not a matter for them at all. How could there be no casualties on the battlefield? Yi Li nodded and said, "All right, go prepare. We will gather at the second watch period." "Yes." "Wang Fei, these brats are too immature." "Wang Fei, why do you care about them?" Wei Lin said with dissatisfaction. "These brats have been rude to Wang Fei in the past few days. If they died 100 times in the Wang Fu, it wouldn't be enough." Yi Li smiled faintly and said, "It's a group of young people, and they're quite cute." Qin Feng and Wei Lin silently looked at each other. At the same time, they decided not to spread Wang Fei's evaluation. If the prince knew, these brats would die 100 times. Chapter 563. Before the second day of the night, a group of young soldiers had followed Yi Li's instructions and quietly led their men out of the camp. It wasn't that they were completely convinced by Yi Li's mysterious military advisor, but if they didn't follow Yi Li, they wouldn't be able to fight. Since it was already like this, they could only tactfully follow his instructions. It was unknown if this group of young soldiers had some ability or if Zhang Qilan was being courteous, but few of them actually led their men out of the camp without missing a single one. When they stood in front of Yi Li, they couldn't help but raise their chins and feel a little proud. Yi Li only smiled faintly and nodded his head in satisfaction as he looked at the group of over 1,000 men. "Military advisor? What are we going to do?" Someone couldn't help but ask. In the darkness, Yi Li spread out a map on the ground and squatted down. He used the torch in his hand to point at a few places on the map and said, "General Zhang is leading his men to attract the attention of the enemy. You guys follow me to climb up from these two places and go around to the back of Jiantianya." Someone frowned and said, "Since the military advisor already had a plan, why didn't you say so earlier? We could have sent men to scout the way." Yili looked at him and smiled. "Scout the way? Do you think that General Lu's men are wooden stakes and won't discover you guys? But we can't see the way at night. How are we going to get there?" Although they didn't know the details, they roughly knew where the path was after looking at the locations pointed out by the military advisor. This area was easy to defend and hard to attack. Even in the day, it was dangerous, much less at night. Yili stared at the young man who spoke and said, "That's why I said, I can't guarantee that there won't be any casualties. This is a battlefield." Everyone was shocked. That's right, this was a battlefield. On the battlefield, don't even talk about walking in the dark. Sometimes, even if one knew that they would die, they would still sacrifice their lives. Yili looked at them and said, "Those who aren't willing to go can still go back the way you came. I'll give you half an hour to communicate with your subordinates. I want to make it clear that it's not just dangerous to climb up. Even if we reach the cliff safely, it won't be a smooth journey. If you drop the ball on the road, you will be punished according to military law." In less than a quarter of an hour, everyone returned to Yili. Seeing that none of the teams retreated, Yili nodded in satisfaction. She turned around and said, "Let's go." Although it was already the second night watch period, the night wasn't tranquil. Not far away on a hillside, the two armies were engaged in a fierce battle. Taking advantage of this time, the group of people, led by Qin Feng and Yi Li, quietly climbed up the steep cliff path, with Wei Lin at the back. It wasn't a long journey, but it took them 2 hours to reach the top. Yili turned to look at the young people under the moonlight. Their clothes were messy, but their eyes were bright. She nodded in satisfaction. Although their clothes were torn by the rocks, branches, and weeds on the mountain, and many people had scratches on their faces, no one was left behind. They also didn't make any big mistakes that would attract the attention of the enemy. It seemed that the Mahist army's daily training was very good. Because the entire mountain was guarded by the enemy, their group of more than 1,000 people was not a small number. They were even more careful after going up the mountain. They avoided the eyes and ears of the enemy along the way, and they only reached their destination at the 5th night watch period. When they reached their destination, before Yili could tell them to rest, a few figures flashed out from the shadows. Everyone was startled and quickly held their weapons. "Don't be nervous, we're on the same side." The person who came waved his hand and smiled. The 5th night watch period was the darkest time before dawn. Everyone couldn't see the person's face clearly and naturally didn't dare to let down their guard. Yili calmly said, "Feng-san." Feng Jiao slowly walked over and smiled. "I didn't think that you guys would be able to make it here. I thought that if you guys couldn't make it, we would have to do it ourselves." Only when he walked closer did everyone see clearly that the person who came was Feng Jiao. "General Feng, how come you're here?" Feng Jiao smiled and said, "I've been here since the beginning. Wasn't I waiting for you guys? Young Master Chu, it's been hard on you." Yili rolled her eyes and asked, "How is it?" Feng Jiao said, "Lu Jingxian plans to defend Jiantian Cliff to the death. Lu Jingxian has about 30,000 people under him, and at most 2,000 Black Cloud cavalry. Jiantian Cliff was a strategic location, and the Black Cloud cavalry couldn't be used here. It would be a waste to leave too many behind." Feng Jiao looked at the group behind Yili and frowned. "Why are there so few people?" Yili said, "Do you think it's easy to bring people up here? These people are the most limited people. If we drag it out until dawn, we will definitely be discovered. Although we have covered it up a little, the other party may still discover traces of us after dawn. With a group of new recruits, the concealment along the way naturally wouldn't be too ingenious. If the other party's patrolling soldiers had sharp eyes, they would most likely discover traces of a large group of people walking along the way." Feng Jiao also knew that he was being too demanding. He looked at Yi Li and asked, "I only have 3,000 people here. What should we do?" Yi Li smiled and said, "There's nothing to do. Let's take this opportunity to set a fire behind their backs. If General Zhang grasps the opportunity well, he should be able to rush up. Feng Jiao nodded and said, "Let's do it like that." Yili turned around and looked at the people behind her and said, "Rest here for an hour," and then set off. The young general behind her said, "Military advisor, we are not tired. We can move now." Yili glanced at him indifferently. Who cares if you are tired or not? In a while, General Zhang and the others will be fighting. We should take advantage of the moment before dawn to make a move. After causing chaos, we will retreat before the sky turns bright. The young general who spoke rashly blushed and sat down to rest in embarrassment. Feng Jiao stood to the side and looked at the group of young fellows behind Yili with interest. He smiled and said, "It seems that young Master Chu also has a time when he can't mix well." Feng Jiao's eyes naturally saw that this group of young generals wasn't completely convinced by Yili. Yili didn't even bother to roll her eyes. She walked to a big tree and sat down to rest. There's no other way. I've let young Master Feng down. Sensing that Yili's mood wasn't very good, Feng Jiao touched his nose and consciously turned around to find a place to close his eyes and rest. In the temporary tent outside Jiantian Cliff, Lu Jingxian sat in a chair and closed his eyes to rest. The generals next to him all had angry expressions. There are repeated sneak attacks every night. Do they still want people to rest? Not to mention that Zhang Qilan's subordinates were very depressed these days. Lu Jingxian's side wasn't relaxed either. They had the advantage of being on the high ground. Basically, the Eastern troops had to pay the price of at least 5 or 6 people to injure one of them. Moreover, Zhang Qilan definitely wouldn't fight them to the death here. It was fine during the day, but when night came, the other side wouldn't stop tormenting. At night, they couldn't see. If they weren't careful, the other side could sneak up on them. Therefore, the soldiers stationed here couldn't help but be on high alert. After all, no one knew if the other side was just testing them or would really swarm them. After a few days, both sides couldn't help but get angry. Chapter 564. General, the prince sent a letter on horseback. Someone reported from outside the tent. Lu Jingxian opened his eyes and scanned the rowdy crowd. He said in a deep voice, "Come in." A soldier came in and presented a letter with both hands. Lu Jingxian opened the letter and slowly frowned after reading it. The other generals changed their expressions and hurriedly asked, "General, what orders does the prince have?" LV Jingxian casually passed the letter to a deputy general sitting below him. The deputy general stilled when he saw it. He looked dazedly at Lu Jingxian and said, "The prince is reminding General to be careful of the princess consort." The other people also passed the letter around. Lu Jingxian frowned and said, "Speaking of which, in the last few days, the princess consort has not appeared in the army at all." When the princess consort was mentioned, even though she was a woman, these generals who had fought on the battlefield still showed respect. It was not just because the princess consort had military talent that was different from other women, but also because the princess consort had done many things for the Mahist army in the last few years. For example, the promotion of soldiers, the payment of soldiers, the placement of wounded soldiers, and even the organization of the army. Many effective methods had been proposed and implemented by the princess consort. So in the eyes of these soldiers, Princess Ding was not as simple as a normal princess consort, but one of the true controllers of the Mahist army. For the prince to write a letter to remind her, this caused everyone to pay more attention to Princess Ding. But at this time, they did not know what Princess Ding was doing. At this time, Lu Jingxian found that he had overlooked an important person. It wasn't that LV Jingxian thought that Yi Li was better than Zhang Qilan when it came to commanding troops. It was just that Zhang Qilan had worked with him for more than 10 years, so they had a rough understanding of each other. But Princess Ding was an existence that they did not understand at all. The only understanding of Princess Ding was limited to the battle that she had defeated Jinnum of Gojozi in a few years ago. Of course, that battle was enough to make any general view her in a new light. There was a saying in the art of war, "Know thyself and know thy enemy to win 100 battles. For some reason, Lu Jingxian suddenly felt a little uneasy. Just as he was thinking about something with his head lowered, the sound of weapons and fighting could be heard from afar. Soon, a soldier came in and reported, "General, the enemy is attacking again. Fight back. Remind the soldiers at the front line not to lower their guard." LV Jingxian slapped the letter on the table. Then he stood up and walked out of the tent. Not far away from the Skystream cliff, Yili looked down at the place where the flames were faintly burning. Behind her, the Skystream cliff was still peaceful. She slowly smiled and said in a deep voice, "Let's do it." Yes. Not long after, the fire on the mountain stream cliff soared into the sky. The originally tranquil place gradually became noisy. "General, look." Lu Jingxian, who had just walked out of the tent, turned back to look. His heart sank when he saw the blazing flames rising from Jiantian Cliff. He thought that he knew where Princess Ding had gone. "General, is there a sneak attack on Jiantian Cliff?" "Damn it. How did they get there?" There was a lot of noise before the battle. Lu Jingxian frowned and said in a deep voice, "Shut up. Deputy General, guard this place. I will lead the troops back to reinforce." Because he did not know how many people the enemy had on Jiantian Cliff, Lu Jingxian did not want to take the risk. He could only lead the troops back to reinforce. He had more than 30,000 men, and only 6,000 to 7,000 were left on Jiantian Cliff. Once Jiantian Cliff was lost, it would be meaningless for them to stay here. No one dared to argue. They quickly responded and mobilized their own troops. Zhang Qilan, who was at the foot of the hill, also saw the flames in the distance. Of course, it was not the flames on Jiantian Cliff. It was a signal sent by Yi Li. A smile finally appeared on his calm and resolute face. He shouted, "Beat the drums." Before dawn, the sound of drums shook the sky in the dark night. Amidst the battle cries, the soldiers rushed up the hill like a tide. Lu Jingxian, who was rushing back on his horse, also heard the battle cries behind him. A helpless smile appeared on his face. The prince's reminder was too late. He was careless. Jiantian Cliff was also in chaos. The soldiers who were still asleep hurriedly got up to face the enemy. Naturally, they were not a match for the soldiers who were holding their breath and waiting to attack. Moreover, these people did not have the intention to fight to the death with them. They just lit a fire and ran. If they met the enemy, they would fight if they could. If they could not fight, they would run. The soldiers who were woken up from their sleep were furious. However, they were not as smart as the enemy. They could only fight mindlessly in the chaos. At a high place not far from the battlefield, they could see the battlefield clearly with the help of the light from the fire. Feng Jiao stood beside Yi Li. He smiled and looked at the soldiers who were fighting hard below. He said with a smile, "These guys are not bad. It would be great if they could be this brave on the battlefield." This time, not only were the grassroots generals and young people participating in the drill, even the ordinary soldiers were mostly newcomers who had just joined the Mahist army in recent years. Although the former Mahist army veterans could not be said to have experienced hundreds of battles, most of them had been on the battlefield several times. This kind of drill was not as important to them as the new soldiers. Under the light of the fire, some of the soldiers were still fighting with swords and spears. Some had simply rolled on the ground and hugged each other to fight. Some even used tricks such as choking, biting ears, and so on. No wonder young Master Feng San, who always paid attention to his demeanor on the battlefield, was so happy that he laughed. Yili looked down calmly and said lightly, "At least they can be a little familiar with it. In the future, they will not panic on the battlefield. The ones who die the quickest on the battlefield are always the new soldiers." Feng Jiao stopped laughing and nodded. He said, "Wang Fei is right. General Lu has returned." A strange howl came from the night sky. Feng Jiao's expression became serious as he said solemnly. Yili nodded and looked at the sky. She said, "It's late. Let's retreat." Feng Jiao frowned and said, "But General Zhang." Yili said, "Lu Jingxian will probably call back at least half of his men. If General Zhang still can't attack, then we can't do anything. When General Lu's people arrive, We won't be able to leave. Let's go up the mountain. Feng Jiao was helpless. He knew that Yi Li was speaking the truth. He could only give the signal to retreat. The young soldiers who had been fighting excitedly were forcefully called back. They were all restless like little ponies. When Lu Jingxian rushed back to the main camp on Jiantian Cliff, the sky had already brightened. The originally neat and tidy camp now looked like it had been burned by fire and ravaged by bandits. Looking at the large groups of dead soldiers sitting in the center of the camp, LV Jingxian, who had not slept for the entire night, looked even worse. "Who's your general? How many people are there?" Lu Jingxian asked in a deep voice as he stared at a soldier of the East Army who was chatting among his own soldiers. The soldier stared blankly for a moment before quickly replying, "Reporting to the general, this lowly one has already died in battle." The dead could not speak. Lu Jingxian's face couldn't help but twist. He gave a cold snort and left. The soldier frowned with worry. His face was full of confusion. He didn't say anything to make General Lu angry, right? On the mountain slope 20 li away, there was a fierce battle for position. However, the defending army, which had suddenly lost half of its men, was gradually showing signs of decline. On Jiantian Cliff, it was a different scene. The East Army would come and besiege them from time to time. When they were beaten back by the West Army, they would not continue to harass them. They would retreat and rest before coming back to continue the battle. If they were on the plains, this kind of provocation would be seeking their own deaths. However, on Jiantian Cliff, where the mountain was rugged and the path was rugged, sometimes there was no difference between 10,000 men and 3,000 men. By the time Lu Jingxian had a thorough understanding of the enemy's forces, there were less than 4,000 men after deducting those who had died in battle and stayed in his camp to eat and drink for free. It was too late for regrets, because these 4,000 men were firmly blocking the main path leading to the outside reinforcements. Over 10,000 men could only watch as their own forces 20 li away were slowly wiped out by the enemy. The depressed Lu Jingxian swore to annihilate this group of people on Jiantian Cliff. As a result, a complicated battle for position began on Jiantian Cliff. There was only a small area on the main path leading out. Both sides were unable to mobilize their entire army. Thus, the West Army occupied the entrance. Before the reinforcements could leave the pass, they were suppressed by the East Army. The East Army occupied the entrance. In less than an hour, the West Army rushed up and continued the battle. Both sides suffered countless casualties. The most peculiar thing was that during the battle, both sides would fight to the death and use all kinds of methods. However, once it was determined that someone had died, everyone would be good brothers. They would sit on the side and continue to watch their comrades kill each other. This battle continued until the afternoon of the same day. The small entrance had been fought over 4 or 5 times by both sides. Both sides had suffered heavy losses. Yi Li and Feng Jiao's original 4,000 men had less than 2,000 left. Lu Jingxian's side had also lost close to 3,000 men. However, if Zhang Qilan could not take down the enemy in front of them by tomorrow morning, all their efforts would be for naught. They would all be wiped out. Therefore, after seeing Zhang Qilan's signal, Yi Li and Feng Jiao couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. However, Lu Jingxian's face darkened. The pass in front of them had been broken. There was no meaning in staying at the entrance in front of them. Lu Jingxian snorted and returned to the camp with a dark face. Looking at the back of Lu Jingxian from afar, Feng Jiao sat on a large smooth rock and laughed. Yi Li sat on the side and glanced at him. What made young Master Feng laugh like this? Feng Jiao sat up and said, "What else could it be? Did Wang Fei not see Lu Jingxian's expression? Ha! That guy always boasted that he was the best commander of the Mahist army under the prince. He was only slightly convinced by Zhang Qilan. Right now, General Zhang is still 20 li away. After fighting for an entire day, he still doesn't know who his opponent is. Do you think his expression is good?" Yi Li helplessly shook her head and said, "We were lucky this time. If General Zhang was a few hours later." Young Master Feng, you and I would have become General Lu's captives. Feng Jiao rubbed his nose and complained, "Why didn't Wang Fei let Qi Lin participate in the battle?" Yili smiled at him and said, "This is a drill. If we use cheats in a drill, we might as well act." Cheats? What was that? Chapter 565. By the time Zhang Qilan brought his army to meet up with Yi Li and Feng Jiao, it would be another tough battle. However, it was better than what they had expected. At the very least, they were at the top of the cliff and not being suppressed by someone from a higher ground. Furthermore, Lu Jinxian's 30,000 men had already lost more than half of their numbers. However, they had lost less than 10% of their own men. Thinking of this, Zhang Qilan couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Outside a small city several kilometers away, Mo Xiuyao sighed helplessly as he stood outside the camp and looked at the small city that was isolated and had its gates tightly shut. Yinting and Chunyun beside him looked at the prince strangely, not understanding why the prince sighed. In the end, Yinting couldn't hold back his words and couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, is there something troubling you?" Mo Xiuyao shook his head and said, "I'm afraid Lu Jingxian won't be able to hold on for much longer." Not knowing Yinting, even the usually calm Chunyun didn't believe it. He frowned and said, "The cliff is a dangerous place. Even if General Zhang has 100,000 men, he won't be able to do anything." Wise Prince, Mo Xiuyao handed the battle report to Chunyun and said, "Ever since Zhang Qilan arrived, Li and Feng Sen have not appeared. I'm afraid that the two of them have taken a detour behind Lu Jingxian. If that's the case, Lu Jingxian's defense in the first 20 li of the cliff will be useless. Once the two armies reach the cliff, even if Zhang Qilan's 100,000 men can't do anything, they can take turns to grind Lu Jingxian's 10 to 20,000 men to death." Hearing Mo Xiuyao's words, Chen Yun and Yun Ting's expressions changed. Yun Ting said, "Prince, I'm willing to go and reinforce General Lu." Mo Xiuyao looked at him and said indifferently, "Reinforce? Where are we going to get reinforcements? What's more, even if I give you 10 or 20,000 men, what can they do in front of an army of 100,000? Yin Ting was speechless. Then what should we do?" Mo Xiuyao turned his gaze to the isolated city in front of them and said in a low voice, "Attack the city with full force. We must take down this city before Zhang Qilan's men arrive." Chun Yun and Yun Ting's expressions were solemn as they stood up and said, "This subordinate obeys." Although Mo Xiuyao said that he would attack the city with all his might, this small city was not that easy to take down. Yuan Pei was a veteran of the Mahist army and was especially good at defending cities. In a situation where Mo Xiuyao didn't have the advantage in numbers, as long as Yuan Pei didn't care about anything else and waited for reinforcements, Mo Xiuyao wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Even if Mo Xiuyao had 1,000 plans, Yuan Pei was as steady as a mountain and didn't care about anything. Even if Yin Ting and the others cursed at him every day, the people on the city walls didn't open the city gates and couldn't do anything about it. On the cliff of Jiantian, the two armies faced off for 4 to 5 days before they finally wiped out Lu Jingxian's 10,000 men. Lu Jingxian was personally captured by Zhang Qilan. The two of them had worked together for more than 10 years and had often fought with each other. Although he lost to Zhang Qilan this time, Lu Jingxian didn't feel ashamed. Seeing his subordinates completely annihilated, LV Jingxian, who was exhausted from the battle, threw away his weapon and said to Zhang Qilan, who was extremely proud of himself, "I lost." Zhang Qilan pulled him up with a face full of smiles and chuckled. "Victory and defeat are common in battle. Don't take it to heart." Lu Jingxian snorted softly and said, "You definitely couldn't have broken through my defenses so quickly. Where's Wang Fei?" The young general's watching stilled. The Prince Ding mansion still had a former Princess Wang Fei because she was unwilling to leave the Dechu state. Mo Xiuyao had ordered Leng Haoyu to protect her in secret. But in the minds of the Mahist army, there was only one Wang Fei right now. But how come they didn't know that the Wang Fei was in their army? Everyone's gaze looked at Zhang Qilan, who told him to be the main general. If even he didn't know the whereabouts of the Wang Fei, then no one else would. Zhang Qilan laughed dryly and looked at Yi Li, who had come with Feng Jiao. Lu Jingxian stilled and didn't recognize Yi Li, but he was very familiar with Qin Feng and Wei Lin, who were following behind Yi Li. It was clear who it was that both Qin Feng and Wei Lin were following at the same time. When he looked closely at Yi Li, who was standing next to Feng Jiao, he immediately felt that it was the Wang Fei. This subordinate greets Wang Fei. Lu Jingxian went forward and bowed. Yi Li grimaced helplessly. Looking at the petrified crowd in front of her, she said, "General Lu, rise." Lu Jingxian raised his hands in a bow and said with a smile, "This one accept defeat at Wang Fei's hands." Yi Li smiled faintly and said, "General overpraises." Yi Li just did her best. Lu Jingxian didn't care. In any case, he definitely wouldn't admit that he had lost to Zhang Qilan, at least not to his face. This one doesn't have anything else to do, so this one will take his people and leave first. I wish Wang Fei a safe journey. Yi Li nodded and said, "Many thanks for General's auspicious words." Seeing Lu Jingxian leave confidently with the soldiers who had been declared dead, the remaining people were silent. Was it really all right to wish the main general of the enemy a safe journey? After passing through Jiantian Cliff, even though the road behind them wasn't flat, it was still very calm. They didn't dare to delay at all. The group of people sprinted towards the isolated city to help Yuan Pei. At this time, on the walls of the small, isolated city, Imo Xiuyao was dressed in white. He wasn't even wearing his battle robes. He looked at the old General Yuan Pei and said with a smile, "Old General, this time I won." The white-haired General Yuan Pei looked at the man in front of him, whose hair was as white as snow but still as proud as the wind. A thread of relief and joy flashed through his eyes. He nodded and said, "It is true that Prince has won." This old man admits defeat. In terms of military strength, Imo Xiuyao was only slightly better than Yuan Pei. Attacking a city was much harder than defending it. Back then, Shi Ling's army of more than 100,000 had not been able to break through a small city in Jiangxia. Now, Prince Ding had broken through in a few short days. This was his ability. Yuan Pei was not a person who refused to admit defeat because of old age. He felt very gratified that the Ding King's household had a successor. If this was a real battlefield, I would not have been able to take this city so easily. This isolated city was truly isolated because it was a newly built city. There hadn't even been time for residents to move in. And on a battlefield, there wouldn't be a city that had basically nothing. Yuan Pei laughed loudly and said, "Many thanks to Prince. But if this was a real battlefield, Prince wouldn't have only brought a few tens of thousands of troops to attack a city, right?" The two looked at each other and smiled. Clearly, they were in a good mood. Reporting to Prince, "There are troops coming this way." A soldier on the city wall rushed over to report. "Oh." Imo Xiuyao looked over. In the distance, there was indeed the sound of hooves and dust rising. In less than an hour, Yi Li, Feng Jiao, and Zhang Qilan had already led their troops to the city. Imo Xiuyao looked around and saw at least 80 to 90,000 troops. He couldn't help but praise to be able to wipe out Lu Jingxian's troops with less than 20,000 losses. That's not bad. Looking down at the people below, he smiled faintly and said, "General Zhang, Feng San, Li, you've come too late." Feng Jiao gritted his teeth in regret. Looking at the situation, if they had come 2 to 4 hours earlier, the situation would have been very different. Unfortunately, on the battlefield, the difference of half an hour could often completely change the outcome of a battle. Princess. Chapter 566. Yi Li raised her head to look at the man in white on the city wall. Her lips slowly curved into a faint smile. She raised her right hand slightly. Her soft voice spread across the entire battlefield. Attack! On the city gate tower, Mo Xiaoyao looked helplessly at the army that was preparing to attack the city. Yuan Pei, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Mo Xiaoyao with a smile and said, "Your Highness, it seems that this battle isn't over yet." Mo Xiaoyao smiled bitterly. "Old General is right. I celebrated too early." According to the rules of the drill would end when the city was breached. They had won, but since it was a drill, they had to train the new soldiers as much as possible. Furthermore, there was no rule on the battlefield that said a city couldn't be taken back after it was breached. As a result, the curtain was raised on a large-scale siege battle once again. This time, the siege was even more difficult than Mo Xiaoyao's previous siege. The two sides fought for 7 days without a victor being decided. In the end, they could only announce a draw. This was because Mo Xiaoyao City had no more rations. This was a completely isolated city. Even though there were no civilians who needed extra rations, it also meant that there was no other food in the city other than the rations they brought with them. As for Yuan Pei, he had already destroyed the food that originally belonged to the defenders on the day the city was breached. Not only did Mo Xiaoyao's subordinates suffer heavy losses, they even had no food to eat and could only defend the city with empty stomachs. The soldiers outside the city weren't doing any better. In a moment of carelessness, Mo Xiaoyao's men destroyed most of their rations. In the end, neither side was willing to admit defeat. Seeing that they were about to run out of energy, old General Yuan Pei could only call for a halt. In the end, the two sides agreed to a draw. When Prince Ding and Princess Ding announced the end of the drill, many soldiers couldn't help but cry tears of joy. Of course, this wasn't because they thought they had won. It was because they could finally eat. Obviously, there was a large amount of food and fodder piled up outside the city, but they had to watch their dead brothers eat and drink well while lying to themselves that they had run out of food. These days were 10 times, 100 times worse than when they ran out of food. As soon as the drill was over, no one cared about anything else. They set up camp on the spot, buried pots, and cooked rice. The soldiers who had been fighting fiercely just now were all on good terms with each other, especially when he saw that the other party's eyes were also green from hunger. A special kind of comrade in arms spontaneously arose in his heart. In the small city, the generals who had just finished eating and drinking also gathered together. Because the siege had lasted for too long, even Lu Jingxian, who had already returned, came back to watch the battle. Now that the battle was over, both sides had their own victories and defeats. No one had lost face, so the atmosphere was still harmonious. But the young generals of the Eastern Army that had been with Yi Li looked at Yi Li, who was still dressed in white, and their eyes were still dazed. A few days ago, they had been so busy with the battle that they didn't have the mind to care. Now that the battle was over, the young men finally remembered that the white-clothed young master that they had intentionally or unintentionally pushed aside and made them promise General Liu was the Wang Fei that they had always respected. This strong impact made the group of young men feel uncomfortable. Wang Fei. The young men pushed each other and finally pushed out an unlucky person. Wang Fei. This subordinate was blind before and offended Wang Fei. Wang Fei, please punish us. Zhang Qilan glanced at the incompetent juniors and said, "You brats still have the face to say this? This old man had repeatedly told you to be polite to Wang Fei. What did you do?" Everyone stared at him silently. "You were talking about Mr. Chu and not Wang Fei?" Seeing the aggrieved gazes of the young people, Zhang Qilan was silent. He snickered and looked at Yi Li, saying that Wang Fei, this subordinate, did not explain this to them clearly. "Wang Fei, please do not take offense." Yi Li smiled faintly and said, "General Zhang is too serious. This was originally my intention. Also, it is hard for young people to not be young and impetuous. General Zhang and the other generals have taught well. These young generals are all good seedlings." Being praised by Wang Fei, everyone felt their lips twitch. They were young, but compared to Wang Fei, who was just 21 or 22 years old, most of them were older. Being called young and impetuous by Wang Fei, they couldn't help but blush. On the side, Yin Ting was complaining inside. What are you all doing? When you met Wang Fei was only 15 or 16 years old. With Yi Li's praise, the other generals also revealed smiles on their faces. Even though these young people were following Zhang Qilan this time, they were not all Zhang Qilan's subordinates. Among them were Lu Jingxian, Yuan Pei, and even Sun Yan's subordinates who were stationed at Feihong Pass. They were all elites of the young generation. When they were praised as their superiors, the generals felt they had face. Hearing Wang Fei say that she would not blame them, the young people all sighed in relief. The young people were very curious. Even though they were far away, they thought that they were secretly examining Wang Fei. After all, they had heard of Princess Ding's deeds before they had entered the Mahist army. Who would have thought that there would be a day when they would be able to see and even fight side by side with Princess Ding? But they did not know that their actions, which they thought were secretive, had already caused someone to be displeased. So much so that when they returned to the army, before they could even breathe properly, they were thrown into some training camp for 2 or 3 months. They could only think of it as the generals being dissatisfied with their performance in the drill. After the drill ended, Zhang Qilan and Lu Jingxian were left to clean up. Mo Xiaoyao took Yi Li, Feng Zhiyao, and the others back to Li City. She had just returned to Ding Wang Fu and had yet to enter the study when she met young Master Qing Chun, who was walking toward her. She only needed to look at his expression to know that young Master Qing Chun was very dissatisfied with a certain irresponsible Wang Yi who had thrown the affairs of the Northwest to him. Her gaze calmly swept over Mo Xiaoyao, who looked better than usual after half a month of marching and fighting. Su Qing Chun asked faintly, "It seems that Prince has been well these days?" Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said in a good mood, "I haven't moved for many years. It's good to move around." Su Qing Chun smiled faintly. "What? Then congratulations to Prince. In the future, Prince will be able to move around more often." What did she mean? Mo Xiaoyao looked at Su Qing Chun in confusion. Su Qing Chun sighed and waved the battle report she had just received. The Dechu State's army has been losing battles in the north. In less than a month, they have already lost 4 cities to the north. Mo Xiaoyao was silent for a moment. He raised his head and smiled faintly at Su Qing Chun. "This has nothing to do with us." The Maist army and the Dechu State had already broken off all ties. How the Dechu State fought had nothing to do with them. Su Qing Chun nodded and said faintly, "As long as Prince knows what to do, it's fine." In addition, the northern tribes have sent news. The northern tribes are also restless. Once the Dechu State is unfavorable to the war in the north, the northern tribes will definitely invade the south next spring. As Mo Xiaoyao listened to Su Qing Chun's words, he continued to walk toward the study. He asked, "What news is there from Nanzhao?" Su Qing Chun said, "The heir of Jinnam of Gojoseon has led an army of 300,000 and is already stationed at the Nanzhao border. The 2 countries are in a standoff. It is unknown when the war will begin." "Will the war begin?" Mo Xiaoyao turned back and asked. Su Qing Chun was silent for a moment. She replied in a low voice, "Yes." Mo Xiaoyao paused and said, "Good. Once the war begins, the Shilling will not have time to attend to anything else for a while." Following behind him, Feng Zhiyao frowned and asked, "Prince, shouldn't we also prepare?" Mo Xiaoyao thought for a moment and nodded. After the war between Nanzhao and the Shilling begins, issue a conscription order in the northwest. Feng Zhiyao agreed. Su Qing Chun received Mo Xiaoyao's gaze and shook her head. "I don't understand military matters. You guys do as you see fit." Mo Xiaoyao nodded and said to Feng Zhiyao, "Go prepare." After the Prince Ding mansion took control of the northwest, the conscription system had been reformed many times. It was somewhat different from the current military service system. All youths in the northwest who had reached the age of 18 had to serve 2 years of military service. After 2 years, they would be stripped of their armor and returned to the fields. But after that, they still had to undergo military training for a month every year. Most importantly, These 2 years of military service were not limited to ordinary people. Merchants and even scholars had to participate, but scholars could reduce it to 1 year. So now, all the students of Lishan Academy who had reached the age of 18 had already served military service. In addition, the Mahist army had a standing army of 900,000. The soldiers in these armies had all served for more than 5 years, and all of them would serve for 30 years or even longer. They were the true fighting force of the Northwest. Also, they were different from the 2-year conscripts who had no pay and were different from most of the soldiers of other countries who had no pay. They received a certain amount of pay every month and a certain amount of pension if they died in battle. Although the Princeton Mansion created a certain amount of financial pressure, it also fought for the Mahist army's fighting strength and cohesion. Compared to the millions of soldiers of the other 3 countries, the Mahist army's 900,000 soldiers were not enough. But once a war really broke out and the conscription order was issued, the Princeton Mansion could instantly organize an army of over 1 million properly trained soldiers. Although their fighting strength could not compare to the real Mahist army, it was definitely not something that some soldiers who had just been pulled into the army and entered the battlefield could compare to. At the very least, they had been trained by the generals of the real Mahist army. Looking at Mo Xiaoyao's departing figure, Feng Zhiao sighed and looked up at the sky. Once Nanzhao and Xiling went to war, the northern tribes would definitely get a share of the Dechu state, and the Princeton Mansion would definitely not be able to stay out of this. After so many years of preparation, was it finally about to begin? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.